Welcome to Fight Night Legends number 15. I'm your host, Casanova, and joining me, as always, is the Blevins. Are you ready for some more Runeterra action, my dude?
I am. I definitely am, and I've looked at some of the decks, and I gotta say, I'm gonna own up to it, Casa. Maybe Zed is an all right choice in the Lee Sin decks.
Oh, really?
Hey, you know what? I had a hot take. I backed it up with what I thought was correct, but hey, scoreboard doesn't lie, Casa, and I was wrong, and I'm willing to admit it. And
well, I guess
see how it plays out this event.
That makes two of us, because War Mother's Call has continued to be a staple in the meta as well, and we both have had to eat our words on one occasion or the other. But before we get too much into that, Blevins, why don't you break us down with the format for what Fight Night is?
Absolutely. So we are going to be playing a double elimination bracket with 8 invited players. Every player is going to be playing a best of 3 match every single round. But they've brought 2 decks with no region overlap, and to win a match, the players need to win with both of their decks. Now, the players tonight are going to be playing for their share of the $200 prize pool. Speaking of those players, Casa, why don't we take a look at who we've invited to the event this week?
Yeah, so kicking things off, of course, Deech going to be returning from his victory last week. He'll be taking on Trevo, which was one of the players that he called out at the end in the interview. Is excited to play against this player, and we brought him in. Bruised by God, fresh off his Duels of Runeterra victory in single deck format, going up against What Am I, who is having his second appearance on Fight Night, consistently just near the top of the ladder. Really solid ladder player. And then we've got Kuvira, second place from last week, going up against Nolagold, and to round it out, Rattling Bones versus Easy to Win. Another teammate from Deech's team, Hydra. Excited to see them here.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of really great players here. Of course, we've got our two finalists from last week coming back. We got BBG, who, like you said, just won his, I believe, second Duels of Runeterra tournament. Second first place in a Duels of Runeterra. He has many other titles as well, but really interesting to see. And he did bring that Lee Zed. But let's take a look at one of Deech's lists. This one is a throwback, the Ezreal Karma. You know, I did not think that we were going to be casting this event, that we were going to be casting this deck, Casa, in the current month, because it has been so long since we've seen it.
Yeah, it will be crazy to see Ezreal Karma. This will be in our first featured matchup, going to be Deech versus Trevo, that call out from last week. And we're going to see this Ezreal Karma making its return. We see Whimsy for the first time in a very long time. We were talking about it pre-show.
Yeah, I got to eat my words, man. You know, I said that this card was going to be fringe playable and almost never seen. And boy, was I right about that.
Absolutely. I mean, we've almost never seen Whimsy. This
might be the first one.
I actually don't think it's the first. I think we saw like one very early on in Fight Night, but it has been few and far between. So cool to see that, even though it is, of course, a one of. We may never actually see the Whimsy come into play. But as a one of, I think it can work out pretty well as a card, just because it's a nice little stinger when you're not expecting it. When it finds its good spots, I think this one of Whimsy might work out well for Deech. But in general, I'm interested to see what the matchups are going to look like for Ezreal Karma going up against all the Lee Sins. Now, speaking of Lee Sin, Trevo going to be bringing Zed Lee Sin. Deech also is... Deech does not, of course, because he has his Karma. But this is, Zed Lee Sin from Trevo. We saw Deech win with this last week. Are there any notable changes that you're seeing on this deck? It seems like people have kind of figured this one out.
The only thing, so in general, the only numbers that are really shifted are between denies, nopifies, and bastions. I think it was kind of the flavor of the week last week to not run any bastions. I believe the meta has sort of shifted back more towards bastion. And then, you know, in a tournament like this, some number of nopifies and denies. I don't know if you can get the number wrong as long as you're running like between 4 and 6 copies between the two of them. But if you're thinking you're going to be playing against more aggro, lean towards nopifies. If you think you're going to be playing against War Mother's Control and other decks, those top end decks, lean towards denies. The other notable card in that list that has started to pop up more and more, and it's actually a 2 of in this version, is the Will of Ionia. It is a card, it's kind of a catch-all. We haven't seen it as much as we did back when it was 4 mana, but now it's a good option for Lee Sin. It's a bit of interaction. It allows you to actually deal with an infinite mind splitter in some way where there is 0 ways to deal with it otherwise. And it also allows you to potentially proc a spell shield off of a unit and get a stun off with a concussive palm or something like that. It's another way to target in that deck, which there are actually very few ways to target enemy units in that pop spell shield.
In fact, we're seeing for Trevo here that these Will of Ionias are essentially replacing the concussive palms. There actually are 0 concussive palms in this deck. Concussive palm a lot better against aggressive lists, but in the controlling matchups, like you meant specifically, that infinite mind splitter, which has been kind of the bane of a Lee Sin deck in the meta. It's just an answer. We saw last week with the pretty crazy way that we ended up with an infinite mind splitter, but it stealing a win for Deech against Lee Sin, and just having Will of Ionia to handle that, at least to give yourself more time for the Lee Sin to finish the game, because a lot of the time, at the point when an infinite mind splitter comes down, your Lee Sin would likely be ending on the subsequent turn, so being able to have that answer is huge, and I really like that as a tech choice for these Lee Sin decks, especially because you expect your Lee Sin list to get targeted, and kind of the best targeting things for it are things that are beaten by Will of Ionia, like that infinite mind splitter. But to kick things off, Deech versus Trevo. Deech going to be queuing up Ezreal Karma, and we're going to be seeing Swain TF on the other side. What patch is this, Blevins?
I feel like these last 2 weeks we're getting flashbacks. We expected maybe to see some Tahm Kench Soraka, as it has been kind of not running rampant, but it has been a relatively popular choice amongst high-level master players right now. Granted, there's only, I don't know, maybe 100 total master players in the world right now, but there's been a number of them that have been championing the Tahm Kench Soraka. But no, we're just going to go back in time and play Karma Ezreal versus Swain TF. That's fine.
I mean, this matchup, I think historically, when we don't see the Swain TF have that early aggressive start, and try and beat down the Ezreal Karma, we tend to see Ezreal Karma come out on top. But because of the ability to go aggressive with the Swain TF, it does lead this matchup to be a bit more even overall in total. Just the longer this game goes, the better it is for Deech. And so far, we've seen 3 turns just blazed by.
Yeah, Trevo and those salvages, what they hit, what they actually toss is going to be relevant here, because there are a limited number of win conditions in Trevo's deck. There's only, 3. There's 3 Leviathan. Okay. Oh no, that's Deech's version. There are only 3 Leviathan and 2 Rexes, and something like a Rex can be very good if you get it on the Karma turn, but if it might not be good enough if it's not able to actually put on pressure. So a couple of misses for Trevo there on the salvage, though. But yeah, Deech needs to preserve his life total as much as he can, stall out. I mean, we see there's plenty of stuns in hand. He's got the Eye of the Dragon. It's just, how can he best use his resources and get the most out of them, and not allow Trevo to get incidental damage here and there.
Yeah, absolutely. And we do see some early plays for Deech. He's on that Eye of the Dragon. He's on the Chump Wump. But he just has to decide, what he wants to expend early on when setting up. So he allows the deckhand to go in. He has the option to stun it. But of course it is only 2 damage. So trying to utilize his mana a little bit more efficiently is what we'll likely see out of Deech. These Steel Tempests can get a lot of value later in the game, especially against champions like Swain.
Yeah, absolutely. And here we're going to see the setup. Eye of the Dragon is actually a very relevant card in this matchup. Kind of for the inverse of what you said, Kessa. The aggressive plan can be so good from the TF Swain. And, Eye of the Dragon is kind of like a mini Heimerdinger that only gives you lifesteal units. And I think that's in a lot of ways, in a lot of matchups, it's just better, right? You don't even need to spend the card necessarily to get him. It's very, very strong in this matchup, even though it's not actually putting on any pressure. It just stops. I mean, a single Dragonling here just stops this, essentially this whole attack from Trevo.
Yeah, so because of exactly that, I would like to see Deech go for the Dragonling. He does have to expend 2 mushrooms or mushroom plus rummage in order to do so. So maybe this does feel a little awkward because these are resources that you do want to have. But also the Dragonling right now, as you mentioned, is kind of stonewalling any attack from coming through on the following turn. So it is kind of actually a tougher decision than it may seem. It's not so cut and dry because these mushrooms are quite valuable in the deck. They are burst damage with Ezreal. Yeah. They are rummage fodder. They are, overall, they are very useful. But in this case, their best use may be to summon a Dragonling, but that's going to be denied by this Ravenous Flock.
Yep. So a couple things to note. That is actually Trevo's second Ravenous Flock. One, I believe, was
burned
or was burned. In that case, I think Deech made the correct play. There was 10 cards in Deech's hand, so, and I don't, well, it's arguable. His hand might have been good enough just to keep, but I think you're going to take a random card versus a mushroom cloud every time. So it was effectively only using 1 additional mushroom there for Deech. So makes sense. Didn't end up mattering because the eye got killed anyway, but a heads up play from Deech to use it there because it was actually quite awkward and not so easy of a decision to make there.
Yeah, it's one of those plays that feels like it should be simple, but actually there's a lot of levels to it, and that's why it just took him a lot longer to decide on a seemingly trivial decision there, because there are just a lot of layers, and that's always been one of the cool things about Ezreal Karma in general, is that I think this deck does have a lot of layers to it, and so that's always very fun to see. And as long as it's not every single player playing the deck, I'm happy to see an Ezreal Karma back on occasion. I really do think that this deck is quite enjoyable to watch. And I think this matchup in particular, being one of the more even matchups of this deck list, I think this is really cool to see, especially with 2 very, very strong players in Deech and Trevo. As we see, the Death's Hand come out, trying to continue to chip away on Deech's board so that Trevo can find this face damage. And Deech can continue to stop some of this. He can stifle some aggression with Steel Tempest, but end of the day, Trevo kind of came out ahead as far as pressure is concerned here. Deech had a lot of really nice, clean responses to the attack, and they were kind of, stomped on by that Death's Hand. I think that Death's Hand was really, really big in dealing with that concussive palm.
Yeah, I mean, really good on Trevo. Just understanding that the Eye of the Dragon is actually an extremely relevant key to this matchup. I mean, especially in the early game, right? Like you mentioned, Casa, this matchup is all about Trevo being able to put on pressure and pressure Deech's life total, as well as and therefore his resources to deal with Trevo's things and not actually develop a board and develop a presence there. So a very heads up play by Trevo. And now, Deech has to essentially turn a Steel Tempest into an expensive health potion. And it's not really where you want to be. We see, no spell mana banked by Deech. It's unlikely that he's going to have very much spell mana the rest, the next few turns. And that's just not where you want to be on the Karma Ezreal side.
Yeah, this gets tough because he's also going into turn 8. And Riptide Rex, we've talked about, is how these bilge decks were able to dismantle as Karma in the past, right? We saw Ezreal TF actually was the biggest counter to Ezreal Karma during its heyday, and that was largely due to Riptide Rex being able to deal with both Karma and Ezreal when they hit the board. So I think that the fact of the matter is Trevo has reached this point in the game in a fairly comfortable position. He has a lot of pressure on board. He has 5 cards. It's not like he's out of steam. So I think Trevo is really liking his position, considering I don't think this Ezreal is anywhere near leveling up. So it comes down to, does Trevo have it or not? And can Deech afford to actually play around if it's there? Because if Deech just sets up this Karma and, hey, Rex isn't there, then, yeah, Deech is suddenly in a very good position. It really can just come down to Rex or no Rex.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I mean, this is an interesting line by Trevo here, using the Noxian Fervor to just go face to Deech. And we saw Deech react there and was kind of like, huh, that's an interesting play. That leads me to believe that there either is definitely a Rex and just wants to get more damage out, or there is absolutely no Rex and needs to get the pressure out and needs to find it somewhere.
Yeah, I guess it's funny because that play almost changes nothing in our ideation of what his hand is. Like, we don't, it doesn't really help us, because whether he's on Rex or not, his game plan probably ends up being the same thing. If he's on Rex, well, I don't need this Fervor to kill Ezreal because I've got this Rex and I'm going to be able to push that damage. And if he doesn't have Rex, it's like, well, I really need to kill Deech right now, so I guess this is going upstairs. And it's very, it is very funny to see a situation where two very opposite plays are actually the same in this spot.
Absolutely. It's like, oh, he can have either 1 or -1, and we have no way of knowing. This is actually going to be really awkward for Trevo here, because Deech is going to be able to get this perfect static shock. Nothing on his side is going to die. He's going to take no damage here, and now Trevo is going to be left with a follow-up play that may be less than ideal. And I think this is exactly what Deech is looking for. This is where Deech needs to be. He needs to dodge that turn 8. He's not going to be going into his turn. Trevo is maybe going to have banked mana, but he's already used 2 burn spells. And actually looking back on it and thinking about how this played out, the Noxian Fervor makes me think that there is no Riptide Rex, because it could have been a more guaranteed, it maybe not. I guess the deny still stops it, but yeah, this is potentially really awkward from Trevo.
Yeah, I mean, this is bad. This is real bad for Trevo. This is, the petty officer nerf actually really hurting him in this spot, going from 2 toughness to 1, or at least the revert, I guess, of petty officer back to its original state. And I mean, Trevo on 8 mana, there's not a ton of plays that are going to be great here. Scorched Earth to respond to Ezreal. What, that can even be answered by this Nopify. Yeah. I was thinking best case for Trevo was that he was on like Leviathan as the 8 mana, and there's only 2 mana on the other side. So it's like, okay, we have that, but instead, double Scorched Earth. That is a tough hand for Trevo. Yeah.
Well, that's beautiful for Deech, because I think there was a consideration to just let the Ezreal die there. It's like, Ezreal's not doing much right now. It's never, you really only need 1. It doesn't matter necessarily when you get it. And with the Karma Rummage, like, you're gonna get it, right? So you don't even care. We see the fist bump from Deech there with the Will of Ionia drawn, and that's just the knowledge that, hey, Leviathan comes down, I'm not gonna die. I've got I'm actually gonna be ahead if a Leviathan comes out.
And he's going on to turn 10 with a fairly safe, well, I was going to say fairly safe Karma, but Noxian Fervor is the exact card that could beat it. I don't think there were any other cards that were actually beating a Karma there. So that's a really big pickup by Trevo to have that as one of his 2 that were available.
Yep.
And now the Karma's a little scarier because you're going into 13 mana, but there's still only 2 cards.
So. A little scarier?
Well, it's a lot scarier. Yeah.
I think I would lean towards a lot scarier, but okay, this Twisted Fate red card is actually quite scary because it's actually threatening lethal. Technically.
Right. Yeah. I mean, of course, Deech has, I think Deech just has every answer that he needs for this game.
Yes, I would agree.
So he can just kill the Twisted Fate here, and then he has the stun for the Swain with the Steel Tempest. If Leviathan comes down, he has Will of Ionia, and he has Whimsy. I think just about every answer needed to close this out is in the hand of Deech, and if he doesn't have it, he's got Rummage. So
Right.
I think we've reached the point, I talked about how the early aggression had to come out from Trevo in order to win this matchup. Yep. The alternative to just the early aggression is, of course, the Riptide Rex responding, but neither of those things fully came out, even though Trevo did get about half of Deech's health down. That's not going to cut it. You need to deal the full 20, and Trevo didn't have it this game, so Deech should be able to close this out pretty soon here. Just a matter of finding his Ezreal, because it is leveled up and he's got the rummages to get there.
Yeah, I guess he has the option to play the Karma's Insight now. I was wondering if he wanted to fire that off first, just to see what he got and then rummage away potentially those. But also hand size may have been a thing I didn't count.
Yeah. Can he even rummage a second time here? It draws 4. I think he needed to dump 1 spell to rummage again. I think there we go.
Right, it's possible.
I always struggle to count the cards quickly. It's a problem. SBC. the Leviathan come down.
Leviathan, let's see. There's 6. And let's just do it. That would be 11, and then the Mystic Shot on next turn would do it. This does. Oh no, this doesn't, because we know there's a Swain in hand.
Right. Thermal Beam will kill Leviathan. Does 12.
Well, this is actually one of the scarier moments in a deck like this, because there's no doubt. There's no question, rather, of whether or not Deech is ahead here. He's very ahead. He's winning right now, right?
Yeah.
But he hasn't won yet. So really, like, the game is in your hand, which means that you can find the lines to win, but also you can sometimes drop it, right? And that's where these are some of the most stressful moments of a game, because you have the win if you play it correctly. You just need to make sure that you don't biff it, right? And that can be really stressful. Of course, that's now 8 damage. So
now, yeah, we see the Mystic. So Karma, double Mystic.
Yeah.
I mean, that just does it.
What's the worst card possible? Yeah, no, there's nothing.
Interesting that Deech didn't rip those, because I think that always wins, right? The double Mystic, it's just guaranteed.
Well, let's see. If
no
salvage,
healing.
He's at 9. If he rips salvage into double fervor, which he couldn't,
we've already seen 2, so yeah, 0 left.
That still wouldn't be enough.
Yeah, so
I'm thinking this is strictly a misplay, but
I mean, the game's already done.
Okay. Oh, is he playing with his food? Okay, maybe that.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he's messing with him. I know. Hey. They know each other. The reason he called them out is they're like rivals of the deep deck, and none of them brought deep. Actually, they're both fight over who is the best deep player in Runeterra, and neither of them have it. Nolagold actually brought deep this week, so
yeah.
Some people still think it is viable in the meta, but no, that is going to be the win for Deech. He was just toying with Trivo a little bit at the end, waiting to cast those Mystic Shots, but finally going to send those to the face. And finally, the return of Ezreal Karma starts off with a win, and now Deech just has to find one more with Swain TF. Going probably into the mirror. I mean, we could see, the second game deck queue doesn't actually really matter, so it's just up to Trevo what he wants to play into Swain TF. He does know that will be his matchup,
right?
So up to him. I mean, into this point, generally I would just pick the mirror match, but we're gonna see Trevo go into Zedley Sin, see if he can pick up a win, put it on match point.
Yeah, Trevo, it doesn't really matter from a strategic sense. It's really just a preference. Like, what are you more comfortable playing? And that's Trevo gets the option here. This is a spot. Deech is in a spot that we have talked about many times, Casa, where you've got 2 games to win with Swain TF, and boy, that is an enviable position for anyone. That is exactly where you want to be.
Yeah, that is very solid. It was interesting. So I caught up with Rattling Bones before the tournament. I was talking to him, and he was very vehemently against this deck being brought this week. He actually thought that that overall bringing TF Swain is a mistake in the current meta. Not liking the matchups into, well, SI Freljord in particular. He thinks War Mothers is one of the best right now, and he thinks it's a bad matchup. And then on top of that, not thinking it's great into Lee Sin. So that was really, really interesting for me to hear. And we only have 3 of them this week, and it is curious to see. We've got 2 of them in this match, and I wonder if Bones will be right and TF Swain won't advance so much. If it's a little bit past its prime in being a meta deck. At the end of the day, the way I see it, results-based analysis is always with us Blevins. TF Swain has consistently been successful throughout so many metas. I think it's kind of a good hedge deck. When you don't know exactly what to bring, you can always bring TF Swain and expect to do all right with it.
Yeah, so I understand and actually agree with what Rattling Bones is saying. Rattling Bones, of course, is a or comes from a high-level Yu-Gi-Oh tournament play as a high-level Yu-Gi-Oh tournament player, and he is generally very focused on metas specifically. Now, I think if War Mother's Call, if your read on the meta is that a lot of people are going to be bringing War Mother's Call, then the statement that Rattling Bones made was 100% correct. As it turns out, there are 2 War Mother's Calls in the deck.
Yeah.
And I think, or in the event. Now, you can't really, that's just a call, right? Like, and I would imagine if Rattling Bones is explaining it, everything that he mentions is gonna make sense logically. That's just how he is, and I think it's a correct call. The other side of the coin is, like you said, TF Swain, really good hedge deck. It feels like it is the true what is it? Neutral, not lawful neutral. What's the
true neutral?
True neutral. It feels like the true neutral in Runeterra in a lot of ways. And also, it's a comfort pick for a lot of people. People have been playing this for how many months? I mean, we do see the new card. We do see a couple of new additions as we see Betty Croker here, a classic that I think is just going to be a mainstay in the deck forever. But it's got game against a lot of decks. I don't think it has a worse matchup than a 60-40. I think at absolute worst is probably one of its matchups. I'm just pulling that out of thin air, but
it's got good matchups for sure.
It's got good matchups, and I don't think it has terrible matchups. So it's really tough. I think Rattling Bones makes a really good point, but at the end of the day, if you're comfortable playing a deck, you can bring it even if it's not the best. So
Blevins, you brought up that TF Swain is true neutral. And I think that's probably fair. This deck it's got a lot of fairly even matchups. Yeah. It probably has a couple polarizing ones, so maybe it's not quite true neutral, but we're gonna, for the sake of this, we're gonna say it's true neutral. So what is Lee Sin right now? What is where on the alignment chart?
If you ask me, it's lawful good, because I think
it's the savior.
It's the savior of Runeterra. If you ask almost anyone else, it's chaotic evil. But yeah, I think I love Lee Sin as an archetype. I will say it is, as a card, probably a little too strong. And maybe not even strong, just a little too narrowly interactable, I think is the way I would put it. It's you need very specific ways to interact with it. And he also just has 15 abilities.
Yeah, it definitely ends up chaotic, because it feels like Lee Sin's just not playing by the rules that everyone else is. He's certainly not following the law. He's absolutely he plays by his own set of rules. Mm-hmm. You have to sometimes just make gambles into him because you're hoping that they don't have the spells, because there always are the answers in their deck. It's just a matter of saying, okay, well, you don't have it here, and just praying that they won't, pull off some miracle draw into answer. So for sure chaotic. Whether you think it's good or evil, that I guess that comes down to you, right? On yourself.
Exactly.
It's really how that works out. But for sure, we're gonna see Lee Sin on the chaotic side.
Yeah, I think, you know, without going too deep into it on the cast, I mean, I could probably talk for an hour about Lee Sin, but I do think the point that's been brought up is that the protection spells are too cheap and removal spells are too expensive, or maybe not that they're too expensive or too cheap, but they're more expensive and more cheap. And I think that really leans into what Lee Sin is doing and is a perfect storm for making Lee Sin, you know, what he is today.
Absolutely. And now, you know, Deech has done a good job pressuring the Lee Sin deck's life total here. Trevo's down to 8. But the problem for Deech, of course, is these dragonlings, or are these dragonlings. The eyes of the dragon, got a pair of them pumping out these dragonlings every turn, and then suddenly all the work that Deech has done is kind of going away. And yes, he could YOLO make it rain and attempt to hit these and prevent the life gain, and he's going to, prevent one of them. So he's dealing 2 damage with this and pinging 2 other units for Trevo.
I don't hate it.
I don't hate it either. I think this is a solid play from Deech. A good hedge to just do, you know, go for one of them, just try and see what he can hit. And then he's got these Leviathans to help him push that damage later on. And I think that'll be the big test for Deech is, can he get the Leviathan and the Swain online? With Lee Sin already on the board, I don't know. I don't know if it's happening for Deech.
Well, it's really gonna depend. Is Deech gonna go for this Death's Hand? And if so, is it gonna go off? I think the answer to at least one of those is gonna be no. We're gonna be going into 7. Yeah, Deech is not even gonna try. Okay. Twisted Fate is a good pickup here because it allows Deech to either potentially thwart a greedy attack turn from Trevo, or it can actually pressure the Lee Sin a bit without in a non-nopifiable way, which is a really big which is a real problem for this Twisted Fate Swain deck now.
Yeah, we touched on that a lot last week on how Nopify just completely decimates TF Swain. Every single spell that you are playing is answered by Nopify. Of course, there's some salvages added this week, and sure, you can, if someone really wants to say, well, actually, salvage is a spell that's not answered by any interactable spell answered by Nopify. And in that same vein, it makes it so that as TF Swain, the main card that you want to hit is your Ravenous Flock. Because if that trades for a Nopify, at least you're winning in mana. And also, you just need that ability to kill Lee Sin on a cheap costed spell. You need those Ravenous Flocks, and Deech has not hit any of them yet. He's got a couple Death's Hands, but I don't know if that's going to get him through on the Lee Sin. So it comes down to, can he deal 9 before this Lee Sin kills him?
It's going to be excessively tough, especially considering the mentor here. The board is gummed up. Deech is likely not even going to attack. I mean, he could. This is just the spot that is just the nightmare scenario from Twisted Fate Swain. There's just like, you can put almost any cards in Trevo's hand, any like random 5 cards in Trevo's hand, and he's gonna be ahead. I think a lot of spots, and like you do have a little bit of interaction, but like we all know, like it's never enough for Lee Sin. And it's expensive. Like you said, you need to be able to pressure the Lee Sin in a way that forces them to react, and then you react with a spell, they react, and then you have like 2 additional Ravenous Flocks to just go over the top and win the Mana War. And with 2 Leviathans in hand, that's just not happening for Deech.
Yeah, it certainly isn't getting him there. And with this attack, I do think that getting rid of these eyes is good, but the problem is now these gems are created, and with the attack token to start the turn, Trevo can open attack by playing gems on Lee Sin, and if he's on a single Pale Cascade, he actually has enough to set up Lee Sin just for lethal on this next turn. He can just get him up to the 9 attack value that he needs to push 18. And you know, I'm not sure how close Trevo is, but with 3 gems, I actually assume that Trevo will be able to level up this Lee Sin on the next turn. Yep, of course, there it is. Yep. That's just 1 more spell, and Lee Sin is leveled.
Yeah, this is given Deech's hand, I kind of think he needed to go for the Death's Hand during combat on the Lee Sin and just hope. Because now the Death's Hands are dead, right? They're actually doing nothing now. Like you said, open attack is just going to pressure it. I mean, he needs a single, I guess technically he needs a like a Pale Cascade will win it, right? I guess he needs a Pale Cascade or a Sonic Wave to win right now. But yeah, I mean,
right. Or he could cast the Zenith Blade that is in hand, and then at that point he just needs any burst spell to attack for 8, or sorry, for 9. So the 18 that would go through. So Zenith Blade could come down here. Mentor does it as well.
Yeah, now it's just any burst spell will do it.
And Scorched Earth with no response is the only answer. Deech doesn't find it.
Yeah.
So I think he realizes it would take a miracle and Trevo just not playing the game.
Right.
For Deech
to require
win here.
Some sort of disconnect for sure.
So yeah, Deech going to allow the kick to come through, it looks like. Take the 25.
Yep. Just go ahead and take it.
And Trevo gonna tie it up 1-1 in first set of the game. This was the call-out match. This was Deech won last week. He called out Trevo. He said, "Hey, I need to go up against my friend who we argue about who's the best deep player." Well, instead we're gonna find out who's the best TF Swain player out of the 2 of them. See who's gonna be able to take the win here, as it's gonna be the mirror match. To close things out between these 2 as we go into game number 3, Deech versus Trevo, mirror matchup between the TF Swains.
This one is I'm imagining both of these players are very familiar with this matchup. It's one that you just, if you play the deck at all, you've played the mirror match so many times. It's such a popular deck. It's so is well known and like I said, sort of the true neutral of the Runeterra meta in a lot of ways. I mean, it's hard to call a mirror match anything but draw diff, but it's also like, do both of these players know the matchup well enough? Are they both versed in it? The deck choices are a little bit different. There are a few differences in cards. Trevo notably running Noxian Fervors, Deech zero Fervors. They're both running a pair of Scorched Earths. It looks like that's the only spell differential. And then Deech is running Betty Croaker. No Betty Croakers for Trevo, putting those instead into what looks like, I can't tell. There's a couple of other like add-ons, like going from a 2 to a 3, but decks are very, very similar is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I mean, they are quite similar. I do think that there are positions that you can find outplays just by feigning things within this matchup, trying to, say that you have Riptide Rex and bait them into playing around Rex, or just trying to bait the fact that you have certain spells can be very important. But end of the day, if you draw your win conditions and your opponent doesn't, then yes, of course, that is going to be in your favor. And we see Deech already has Rex and Leviathan available. So I will say that, you know, without seeing Trevo's hand, I feel like Deech has a very good position so far, right? You've got your win conditions. You even have Twisted Fate, which is very versatile and can set up a lot of things in this matchup, especially considering that Scorched Earth. And I overall, I like a lot of the cards that Deech has are definitely going to be helping him out. Petty Officer to even make this Make It Rain more valuable against a lot of the low health followers and champions that are played within the list.
So I'm actually looking at chat, and we see Gvarja, former Fight Night champion, and TF Swain, Vanguard or Maverick or champion, Godfather, whatever you want to call it, saying that you can get an edge by replacing Petty Officer with, quote, a good card. Which I actually kind of agree. I've not been on the Petty Officer in quite some time, but it's doing an all right amount of work here. It does certainly allow you to go wide and put on a decent amount of pressure. But I mean, we saw in that first game cast, a Petty Officer just got completely decimated by a Static Shock.
Yeah, I mean, I like Petty Officer, but it depends on the meta. And if there's a lot of 1 damage pings like Make It Rain or maybe the Static Shocks, then it gets a lot worse. And in this spot, being able to play the Make It Rain second, answering that barrel from the Petty Officer, Deech has a massive lead right now on the board and in the game. And unless Trevo has a Twisted Fate for first action here, I think Deech is going to run away with it. So we're going to see if that card is there. And we even saw Deech hovering over saying, uh-oh, TF.
Don't do it. Don't let me do it. Don't do it to me. Don't let me get TF'd. Twisted Fate just completely decimating my board with red card is probably the most common thing for me to not play around, even though it's happened to me so many times.
He probably doesn't have it. That's salvage. He's looking. Can he find the TF for Trevo? Yeah, he found it.
Does.
He pulls it off the salvage.
Wow.
Oh,
huge.
No.
Now, the good news is that that's not the end of the world. It is, of course, preventing the end of the world for Trevo.
It is.
But Deech gets to follow up with a bevy of different options here. Opting to perhaps just kill Trevo's Twisted Fate.
I mean, this Twisted Fate is really like switching from plastic to paper straws. You still have a massive, problem with pollution in the ocean, but you have put a little bit of a Band-Aid on it for now, and you feel like you're helping out with the red card, but still, Deech is running you down.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly did stem the bleeding, but you are still bleeding is what at the end of the day. Like, it is certainly not great for Trevo, but this does lead me to believe that there is a decent amount of late game, right, for Trevo, because he has a lot of cards in his hand. He hasn't played a lot of stuff, so there's got to be, like, is it just like multiple Swains and Riptide Rexes and Leviathans maybe?
Yeah, I'm under the impression for sure that he's got some kind of late game, right? Like, it's got to be the Rexes, the Leviathans. They got to be there for Trevo. So now we just have the whole Rex dance at this point.
Right.
Deech actually can't trigger his Rex by anything but traditional means at this point in the game. And so unless he can stick a Leviathan that sets up the Rex or he finds a spell, then he's going to have to actually get a swing in and connect with one of these units. But with the Leviathan coming down from Trevo, that should basically spell... well, I won't say the end of the game. I think it hurts Trevo a lot because this Leviathan will be able to set up the Rex from Deech, and he just has a lead to begin with. He's already ahead, so he can just pass and make Trevo act first.
Yep. I mean, I think I could see Trevo potentially being on like a Scorched Earth, and maybe that's why he was wanting to do that attack originally. But now, I mean, Deech is going to be able to Riptide Rex first. He's going to attack first, actually. Okay.
Yeah, soften up the board. Look for the finish with Riptide Rex.
Right. Yeah, potentially pretty mirrored situations in terms of what they have for late game here. I mean, I'm assuming there's a Scorched Earth here. Maybe not. Make it rain into a Scorched Earth.
Yeah,
there's
Scorched
Earth. Into Flock, okay. Preventing additional damage coming through here, but we know the damage has already been dealt from Leviathan.
Yeah, and Rex gets to square this away and at least make it so Trevo doesn't have a Leviathan on board. The Swain can come down afterwards, but I think if Deech were to pass, Trevo would take that pass with his solo Leviathan on the board, eat all your mana. Yeah. So has to be Rex from Deech. And it still gets so much value. You know, you get a 7/4 on board. Oh, yeah. Clear away the Leviathan on the other side. You're still pushing damage as well. Getting Trevo down to 3, which does mean that Deech could potentially just find lethal from spells in the upcoming turns. He does have Betty Croaker. Can look for a draw with that. He also has this Arachnoid Sentry. So if Trevo sets up a very narrow board of blockers, Deech can maybe just sneak his way around.
Yeah, I think there is... just because, like, in these latter turns, because so much of the game revolves around these 8-mana spells, or these 8-mana units, rather, being able to get them out while also dealing with your opponent's board is so good. I mean, we saw Trevo essentially prevent as much damage as he could, but in doing so, now only has 6 mana. So if there's something like a Riptide Rex or another Leviathan in hand, it's like they're just kind of floating there. There's nothing to do with there's nothing to do. I mean, is Trevo maybe thinking about playing the Swain, which we know is in hand? Is there... I mean, there's not a ton of options to do here.
Yeah.
And
It wants to be Swain, right? It certainly wants to be Swain.
Yeah, but I mean, the problem is, what does that even do?
Yeah, the only thing that the Swain can do is if you have follow-up for it, because it is leveled, right? It is a leveled Swain.
Right.
If you have follow-up for it to continue to stun the board, lock down the board, and actually connect with the Swain, then, yeah, the Swain becomes very good, right? But if that follow-up isn't there, it's just stonewalled by Rex. It actually just trades with the Rex, and I don't know if that's super positive for you overall. And in fact, it probably is not a positive trade for you.
Right. The Poro Fly doing his best plucky Poro impression by surviving a Make It Rain. And it, you know, as weird as it sounds, Casa, that might actually be relevant potentially.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about how a narrow board is a danger for Trevo because of this Arachnoid Sentry, and a little Poro Fly maybe can protect.
It's potentially kind of scary here for Deech, because like you said, if the Swain connects, like, it's kind of over, right? Like, there's not a ton that can be done. Sentry is going to help that.
Now, Deech can just shut this down with Arachnoid Sentry just about any time here. And I think, looks like he's going to do that. So now, Deech's aggressive options are a little stunted. He actually does not have a way in, barring some kind of draw. And wow, okay, that's a big response.
Yeah. The problem, of course, is that that's only pushing the 4. It's not, you know, the Swain, the damage has been dealt, literally and figuratively. The Swain is stunned. Is that a regular flock, or was that a Swain's Ravenous Flock?
That was just drawn by Deech. That's a regular flock, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah. So I think you do kill the Swain here. We're going to see Deech do that, as he's going to go for the Ravenous Flock, and then he'll have the Scorched Earth. Because when else is he going to get to use this? Probably never. And he just has them sitting in hand, and dealing with the Swain, super important. Trevo almost out of gas at this point. That is a massive draw.
Yeah, I mean, that's... Yeah, Massive is the correct verbiage there. I mean, it's still, oh no, because Croaker is also lethal. Both of these attackers are lethal. I guess it would need to be another sentry would be the best play here from Trevo.
Yes, sentry would protect, but 3 mana, stun a unit, kill a unit. Pretty powerful in this spot.
Yep.
Sentry does answer though, like you mentioned. That is a response that will keep Trevo alive. Also, if he has a spell to remove the Croaker and he has something that can block, so Leviathan Flock or Leviathan Death's Hand, that would probably be the most ideal actually for Trevo. If that was his exact hand, was Leviathan plus a spell to answer the Croaker. But it's not exactly likely he's got it. Spray Fin.
Okay.
I don't think that can actually save him because he can't respond to the Swain. With no draw, actually would respond to the Swain. And Deech, gonna take his round 1. He had the call out last week, and he's able to beat Trevo.
Yep. Is this the first time that we've seen a call out work out in the person making the call out's favor? I feel like every other time we've seen them, they either haven't matched up or it was the matchup immediately backfired on the person who made the call out.
Yeah, I'm actually not sure. I think we'll have to look into that, but I think it's not common that we see them meet up first round and it's a win for the person who called them out. But Deech is going to be able to do that here. Calls out Trevo, gets the win in round number 1. We're actually going to throw it to a short break here, but when we return, we will have more Fight Night Legends action. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to Fight Night Legends. We just saw Deech take down Trevo in round 1. He'll be moving on to the winners semifinal. I mean, that was a crazy set. We were talking about how this is the first time that we at least remember the call out just going so well, at least, I guess, for the player who called out following their win. And I'm excited to see if Deech can continue to move his way through winner's side. Maybe Deech starts to build his own legacy within Fight Night and maybe try and find his second win. But let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket and see how that first round did shake out. We actually saw What Am I taking down Bruised by God, Kuvira taking down Nolagold, and Rattling Bones taking down Easy to Win. So now we've got our semifinals, Blev.
Yeah, I mean, we're on a cruise, or we're on a crash collision course. I don't know. We're on a path to a potentially a rematch of last week, Kavera versus Deech. Of course, I believe both players are playing completely different lineups. Yes,
yes,
they are
very
actually
different.
both playing completely different lineups, which would be an interesting one to say the least. If we get to see the rematch from the previous week with not even a single, I don't think even a single deck being the same between either two players, which is would be interesting. But I mean, hey, they got to get there first. And you know, we've got Rattling Bones and What Am I as potential roadblocks for both of those players coming in, you know, coming into this winter semifinal round.
Yeah, and I think the matchup we're going to be jumping to is going to be Rattling Bones versus Kavera. So I'm very excited to see this. These are teammates on TLG. They are both extremely strong players and lineup builders. And Rattling Bones, of course, is just a monster on the ladder. Recently, he actually took rank 1 away from Storm. Storm immediately took it back. But yeah, Rattling Bones has been fighting for the rank 1 spot on the North American ladder. And I quote, whenever I talk to Rattling Bones about it, he says, "Ladder is easy." So I love,
oh man, I wish.
I love his confidence, man. I love, you know, tournaments are a lot harder. There's a lot more prep you have to do, but he's very, very confident in his abilities and, you know, the ways that he can perform on ladder. And we've seen Bones be able to translate it to tournament pretty well. However, we haven't really seen Bones take a lot of first place finishes. We saw a second place in Fight Night behind Winding God, I believe, a while back. And he always places well. He always does well in the tournaments. And pretty much every open we see Rattling Bones play in, he's also doing very well. He's always making top cut. But I'm curious to see when we'll finally get the Bones W in a Fight Night or a Reckoning or a Giant Slayer event. And this time around, he's brought some pretty normal standard decks to see if he can make his way through. I think Rattling Bones went very meta this week, playing Zedley Sin alongside War Mothers. But I want to talk about War Mothers a little bit for Rattling Bones because his version has some techs that I've really been enjoying recently. And I think we actually mentioned them on the cast last week, but we haven't seen it in Fight Night yet.
Yeah.
And that is the Alpha Wildclaw in the War Mother's Call deck. And I absolutely love this. I think being a card that is just ignored forever. And then we saw you know, Hodor in the North from Mr. Earlmeister with the Overwhelm deck. And then I guess people decided to try some Wild Claws in War Mother's Call. And it's just a threat that comes out, ramping into it's good, pulling it from War Mothers is good. I absolutely love seeing this card get some play. It's just very annoying to have to deal with whatever deck you're playing, having that get either ramped into on turn 5 following a Trundle or pulled out by a War Mother's Call. It's a beast at 7/6 Overwhelm, and we'll see if these Alpha Wild Claws can pull out some wins for Rattling Bones here. He mentioned to me that, you know, he was a little bit less comfortable on Lee Sin. He hadn't been playing it as much, but I think he's hoping that, hey, this deck is really good and I'm a strong player and might still be able to get through it without too many misplays, even being a little unpracticed. But he was saying he doesn't really expect to lose on War Mothers today.
Yeah, and another interesting wrinkle in Rattling Bones' War Mothers deck is when I first saw it, I'm like, he's running War Mothers and not TLC. Well, technically, he is kind of running TLC because there is Trundle, there is a Revitalizing Roar, there is a 1 Ledros, and there is the 2 Atrocities. So definitely interesting. I mean, of course, revitalizing Roar has more applications than just the narrow Commander Ledros atrocity combo. I mean, putting it on any of your big units is going to be fine. It's also going to be able to gain you life. I mean, I think you can more reasonably just cast it before you have 10 mana if you really needed to, just to gain a bunch of life, which is going to be good if you're potentially facing down some aggressive strategies. But yeah, I think the biggest thing, you know, moving on to the other deck of Rattling Bones, the biggest thing in terms of playing Zed Lee Sin well or not is just knowing when are you playing the aggressor and being a tempo deck, and when are you trying to go for a combo. I think you're actually more so going for the aggressive tempo plays with the Zed variant than you are, you know, for the Mono Lee Sin, which is much more of a combo deck. And I think that the ability to go either way is what makes this deck so strong. But it knowing when to do one or the other is actually a huge differential in how well the deck can perform.
Absolutely. I think that's going to be huge to see if Bones can really recognize that. And I have a lot of confidence in Bones as a player. I think even though this is a deck that he mentioned he was a little bit worried about piloting, I expect that he's, you know, being a little humble on that, as we actually know Bones to be. And I think it's likely that we'll still see some very high level plays, but it is something to watch when he does queue up the Lee Sin. Is Bones playing on par with some of these other players that have been just grinding nothing but Lee Sin for the past few weeks? But, you know, on the other side, Kavira, second place last week. He's got a fight night under his belt as well. And this time, no Lee Sin from Kavira. Take kind of a page out of Arc Arax's book, running 2 non-Lee Sin lists. We see the Ash Sejuani and we see Scouts, but the one in this game will be Ash Nox going up against War Mothers. And, you know, Bones talking a big game with the War Mothers, saying he does really expect to probably win out with this. You know, he's never going to say, oh, I'm guaranteed to win every single match, because it is a card game, of course, but he was very confident that, you know, War Mothers will not be his problem. It won't be a deck that's making him lose sets.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a flexible deck. I mean, it's a, you know, traditional control deck. I mean, it is the, you know, what do you want to call it? Lawful, maybe lawful good. I don't know. I would maybe, I think it's lawful something though. Probably not on the chaotic side.
War Mothers lawful? Yeah, I would say it's lawful. It certainly plays by the rules.
Yeah, it plays by the rules, but it also dictates those rules a lot of the time. I mean, this exchange right here is just great. And you know, War Mother's call, of course, going to be uncontested by Kavira in terms of directly interacting with it. The angle of interaction is just, can you put on enough pressure to have the tempo loss? Well, the tempo neutral play of a War Mother's punish Rattling Bones. I mean, that's really the where the power of War Mother's call comes, is like, if this was something like Magic, you know, it's probably only going to happen on your turn. So you'd be getting essentially half the number of units if it were a Magic card. And also, it you know, the units are able to attack the turn you play it, which is not something that happens in Magic either. So it's just such a strong card in a matchup where there is actually no counterplay to it.
Yeah, for sure. The counterplay for Kavira is end the game quickly or win in one turn with Ash. Like, that is how he's going to counteract the War Mothers. It's not going to be actually answering the spell itself. And, you know, Kavira, double Avaros and Trapper, pretty good start for trying to get an aggressive beatdown going. If he can start to pull these Yetis, start playing these 1-mana 5/5s alongside these Avaros and Hearthguards. And actually, not having a Yeti to play here is kind of okay, because he can go Hearthguard in response. And then his 1-mana 6/6 Yetis, he knows are coming up in these next couple of draws, and he can weave them in. He can play, you know, another Hearthguard plus Yeti, and then the next turn he can play Yeti plus something else. So it worked out with his hand really well.
That's true.
As far as the draws, like the plays that he wants to make made sense, that he wouldn't have even wanted to play the Yeti too much earlier.
That's a really good point. I was going to say that Kavira clearly not Yugi, but actually you know, maybe Kavira thought that they weren't Yugi, but actually were. The heart of the cards knows better than you do. You don't actually want your Yeti now. You want instead to draw a Culling Strike. Although that's probably not the case. So maybe. I mean, he can Culling Strike anything.
He's got freezes.
With freezes, exactly. So yeah, the Hearthguard is certainly a huge difference maker in this matchup because, I mean, a lot of the threats from Rattling Bones are going to be, you know, big threats, and any additional power, we can already see the value here. This Yeti essentially going to be able to attack unimpeded now.
Yeah, and Bones, we see him feigning Ruination here with that 9 mana being banked, but he's going to go ahead and play the Avarosan Hearthguard, and that's going to tell Kavira that he can go ahead and play his own. An Alpha Wildclaw. Ooh. It's at least a play. It's a play for Bones, and it's a big boy.
Yeah. Unfortunately, going to Alpha Wildclaw does have a very thick pelt, but man, it can still get frozen. It can still get frozen solid.
It's really chilly around here, and Kavira gonna be setting up very likely for this Culling Strike onto the Alpha Wildclaw. It seems like the best way to deal with it, and it works well. With the mana that Kavira has, you can go, you know, Enraged Yeti, Iceveil Archer plus Culling Strike, and it's a pretty comfortable amount of mana to be spending because you are going to bank exactly 3 with that for these additional Frostbites that you have in hand.
Yep, and this is exactly what we were talking about earlier, Casa, where, yes, there is no direct counter to War Mother's Call, but if your opponent is dead or, you know, hanging on for dear life when they cast War Mother's Call, it doesn't really matter that much. And even if the War Mother's Call comes out, I mean, the board is still going to be in Kavira's favor for a lot of it, right? Like, yeah, and Bones deciding how low can he reasonably go to, and 1. He says 1.
Yeah, 1 is how low that Bones is willing to go.
I only need 1 health.
Yeah, so long as he can stabilize the board, it's totally okay for Bones to drop to 1. Because reasonably, 1 and 13 are pretty close as far as this deck is concerned with its kill amounts, its lethal ranges. Because once you get that Ash down, as long as you have somewhat of a board, a lot of times you're killing from even higher than that. Right. So this situation for Bones is just about trying to gain as much value from the followers he has on board and setting himself up to turn around the position over the next 2 or 3 turns.
Yep. And I think Kavira, you know, the reason Kavira is taking so long here is really deciding, okay, what is Bones' line here? He's willing to go to 1. So really what Kavira needs to do is just go +1 on board size, right? Like, he can just go wide, and literally every unit he has is going to be lethal. So let's use a couple of freezes here, and keep the board wide so that even if, you know, Bones goes unit into War Mothers, if Kavira draws another unit, it's potentially still going to be too much. Now, of course, we know that there are harsh winds about aplenty here for Rattling Bones, so
yeah,
that's the consideration from Bones, and actually considering just using a harsh winds now.
I'm actually a little surprised if he does. I think that Bones' line almost looks like Tryndamere into War Mothers. You're 3 wide and you have harsh winds to protect yourself. Now, it's scary, but you will be able to cast these harsh winds on that follow-up turn to at least save your life, and you should be able to block with the pulls from the War Mothers. I guess Weirding Stones are almost definitely going to be pulls from War Mothers, and maybe that's what Bones is considering, is that his pulls are maybe not incredible, and he needs to keep these Hearthguards alive.
So I think the other consideration is Tryndamere is, again, literally every unit from Kavira now essentially has 1 million attack, right? Like, if you look at it that way, Rattling Bones just needs volume of blockers, and Tryndamere provides 1, Harsh Winds effectively provides 2 blockers there. So I think that's the thought process, is if you know, Rattling Bones can play as conservatively as possible put as much board down as he possibly can, he's going to have the highest chance of winning. And those are two pretty big hits on the side of Bones.
Great pulls. The Trundle is massive because Ice Pillar will allow him to go even wider. And these draws from Kavira are just not enough. He needed to go Assessor. He needed Assessor to be picked up to actually be able to start turning this around and having a shot to bring this back. And now Bones will start to run away with things by having this War Mothers just going every single turn. And even though he doesn't have the best hits left in deck, because he just hits some of the best ones, and there are still a couple Weirding Stones that he's going to find, they are at least buffed up by the Hearth Guards, and he's just so ahead on board at this point. I think that Bones should be able to easily clear this out, as there isn't the over the top in this Ash Nox version. Sejuani is the only one with the Overwhelm, and that can be counteracted by Harsh Winds. So it basically comes down to, is this a fair version? It is not. There won't be any decimates here changing the course of this game. And yeah, Bones is in a very, very commanding position to turn this one around and finish the game.
Yeah, and I think I don't know if this was actually a consideration, but at the very least, a potential line is that a reason to not play the Tryndamere is that you're actually kind of fine just using the Tryndamere spell to potentially end the game. I mean, there's so few cards in Kavira's hand. We just saw a Harsh Winds used. We might just see the Battle Fury come out and just win the game this turn, or at least. Well, I mean, sometimes you go Trundle, Tryndamere, Trundle off of your War Mothers, and you're just fine.
I mean, actually perfect hits for Bones, and these are +7s on the Trundles. 41 damage represented with the pull on the Yeti.
Yeah, and now it's like, now with the Battle Fury too, Rattling Bones is like, okay, if it's double Harsh Winds, I can at least still kill the Yeti here, right? Like, and then I have a huge board. Opponent has no cards in hand. I have a Harsh Winds. I have a Trundle's Icequake. I can cast another War Mothers, even though I wouldn't want to actually do that. Like, the game is over right now. And it's just a matter of, I mean, the game is threatening to be over this second, but the game is actually over regardless of whether it ends this turn or not.
Yeah, Bones saying, welcome to Troll Town.
Yeah.
He's got all the Trundles on board.
Are going to war. And now Bones gets the choice. Does he just want to? I think you have to put it. Yeah, you can't don't put it on the same unit, because then you get completely ranched by a freeze.
Yeah, and putting it on the unit that actually removes one of Kavira's is the best. So I think that is the most optimal line, as it also still represents lethal. And on 1 HP, Bones casually picks up a win on the War Mothers. Hey, he said it was going to go undefeated on that deck in particular. And so far, that has been the case. I believe his first round, he won 2-0. So he is not lost on the War Mothers yet. And we'll see if Bones continues that streak in the future rounds. But he has to win on the deck that he was a little bit more worried about, surprisingly, which is the Lee Sin. Just less comfortable playing that list, knows that there's a lot of decisions to be made, so not being able to prepare as much on that deck, putting Bones in a little bit more of a rough spot. But in general, 2 games to win with Lee Sin is certainly something that you are a little bit more comfortable with in this meta, as Lee Sin is generally considered the best deck. But Kavira did target Lee Sin in particular with this lineup, and if Bones is a bit more uncomfortable, this might be that crux, that weak point that Kavira needs to come back in the series.
Yeah, I was going to mention that this is very much an anti-Lee Sin lineup from Kavira, like you mentioned as well, Casa. I mean, the sheer number of freezes, of course, are going to be really great for the Ash Sejuani deck against Lee Sin. It's even the classic Winding God version with Reckless Trefarians, which allow you to be even more aggressive, which is in general good against Lee Sin. And then, of course, Scouts just, I mean, straightforward aggressive deck. I mean, maybe that's lawful neutral or true neutral, or maybe lawful. I don't know. But Scouts is just a good old fashioned beatdown deck, and it's always going to have a fine matchup against Lee Sin, especially when you can put together those crazy Relentless Pursuit turns.
Yeah, that is something that Kavira is absolutely looking for, and Bones just needs to survive to Lee Sin. That is his entire goal here, is to make sure that he can live through the onslaught of the scouts and just get to the point where he gets the Lee Sin safely on board and he can start kicking things, because yeah, scouts can go fast. They can go very, very fast, and Kavira does have a hand that is pretty quick already. He's got a couple of 1-drops, and he's got the Misfortune set up, but no scouts to actually enable her level up early on. But Bones looking like he's going to sacrifice a goat to try and protect his life total early on as well.
Yep. I mean, this is surprising. Well, maybe not surprisingly, but I've actually played a lot of both of these decks on the ladder, so I'm actually pretty familiar with the matchup from both sides. Bones really just needs Lee Sin and/or Eye of the Dragon. As we see, there are 0 of either. A player like Kavira is, as we know, extremely careful and calculated with how they play around cards like Pale Cascade. So if Bones is able to potentially leverage the fact that Kavira is going to play more conservatively around cards like Pale Cascade, like he did here, he essentially gets a free attack. Now, of course, we know there is the Pale Cascade, so it wasn't bluffing it, but Bones able to make that attack regardless. Kavira always going to play around it, and then you can play around the fact that they're going to play around it. That might be how Bones buys enough time to get to the win condition, but like you said, this is a pretty straightforward. This is the an Uno type hand for Kavira. I see a 1, I play a 1. I see a 2, I play a 2. I see a 3, I play a Misfortune.
Yeah, and it's funny the way you're describing the Lee Sin and how there's so many things that Kavira has to play around, but he can play around. Like, you can play around all these things,
right? But
there's so many of them. That really is why Lee Sin has to be just that chaotic evil. It's like you there's all these things, but at the end of the day, like, how much can I play around? I can play around all of it. But like you said, maybe that allows Bones to buy enough time to win.
Right.
Because you're playing around all these things. And yes, Bones does have this Pale Cascade. It's very good to play around Pale Cascade in general. That is a good play. But in playing around Pale Cascade, will eventually that lead to Bones buying enough time and winning? I'm not sure. This is Scouts. Scouts can be really quick. You might be completely fine to play around it, keep your board up and go. But that is just where the evil of Lee Sin truly exists.
Yeah, and I actually... Okay, that Concussive Palm is pretty big here. I would not necessarily be... This is a tough one, because the Eye of the Dragon obviously is huge, but Misfortune kind of counteracts that quite a bit. So I think we actually could see a challenge onto the Misfortune here. To try to clear it. The problem is there's just not a lot of great plays here for Bones, and you also have to be somewhat worried about Relentless Pursuit, just ending the game potentially. That's always the consideration. If you tap too low and leave yourself a little bit too vulnerable, they can just have Relentless Pursuit and win the game.
And this is tough, right? Because Bones is in a spot where it's like, okay, do I play around Riposte? Do I play around Ranger's Resolve? Do I play around Sharp Sight? Well, this certainly is not playing around Riposte. This is playing around any of the other ones. But Riposte is a bit tough, as it does counteract everything that Bones just tried to do on this turn. And yeah, it gets some mana out, but he's losing a big unit here, and yeah, as you mentioned, Dragonling not going to get healing. It is a blocker, but it will not be getting any healing.
It'll get effective healing, but yeah, not actual net positive healing. I do really like the play from Bones. Of course, we have Caster Vision and knew that it was going to end in disaster, but I think just passing or not going for the Misfortune kill also ends in disaster. You're not in a worse spot now than you could have been in a much better spot, and now you're still in a terrible spot, but you know, it would have been just as bad if he didn't go for it. So I think Bones made the correct play, and sometimes, you know, you just lose, right? Like sometimes they just have it, and you know, you have to go for it. Here, yeah, I mean, these are the like, I'm considering just conceding at this point if I'm the Lee Sin deck, but I don't think we'll see Bones do that quite yet, but it is very close.
Yeah, this is a very wide board for Kavira. This is a very, very wide board. It's got the scouts as well. And the Misfortune is getting close to the level up. So I'm trying to find that angle back in. That Sonic Wave was so important for trying to actually bring this back. Unfortunately for Bones, the answer was there for Kavira. That riposte was massive. I mean, game winning, potentially. Because if that Sonic Wave goes through, the GOAT's still alive. It kills Misfortune. You've got another blocker on board that you can heal up, and the Misfortune just wouldn't be there, continuing to put all this pressure on. So this has been very, very tough for Bones at this point, not being able to deal with her, and he doesn't have an answer available right now. There is the deep meditation to maybe look for one, but there's not an answer to this Misfortune as it stands as of now.
Yeah, I do like what Bones is doing here. I think he kind of set up this potential play. And you would just see the hover over the Pale Cascade was exactly what I was going to say here. If Bones has feigned enough weakness here that Kavira thinks it's safe to attack with the Misfortune and potentially push more damage, that is the line back in. Now, I would imagine that Kavira is going to see through that. I do not think that we're going to see an attack with, well, we weren't going to see an attack with Misfortune before it got a barrier. Yeah, now we're just seeing the best of both worlds from Kavira. But Bones did, I think, set himself up for success there. It's just that Kavira was having none of it.
Yeah, and now maybe it goes Pale Cascade onto the Dragonling, potentially. So it actually can heal and block. But then you're maybe on the game plan of either sacrificing a Eye of the Dragon, or you're just dipping low, and then you're spawning 2 Dragonlings trying to heal back up. I think that's probably more likely. You just go for this block, because there's no mana. You live on 5 here. This is great ordering from Kavira, by the way, because it protects the scout, doesn't allow Rattling Bones to actually block the Island Navigator, where that would be the most ideal trade for Rattling Bones. Oh, Sonic Wave.
Okay.
Oh, the answer!
And the riposte immediately.
Oh, but hush.
Hush? Okay.
This is big for Bones. This is a spot to come back. He has to kill Misfortune.
Yes.
It's a requirement.
Yes, that is true. The problem, of course, is that nice, juicy Cythria the Bold in Kavira's hand, which is going to threaten to end the game. Well, I mean, maybe not. I mean, this is definitely a positive exchange for Bones. And actually massively so. Not even the Ranger's Resolve is going to be enough here, because the Dragonling is going to have 4 attack. So, I mean, this is the opening for sure. I mean, if we see, like a Lee Sin drawn here, all of a sudden Bones is going to be able to end this game quickly. Dragonling spawned.
It's a path to victory. So even if the Cythria hit the board, Bones could buff his Dragonlings to 3 attack with these gems and spawn new ones on the next turn by casting those 2 spells. So there's a lot of great responses here for Bones, and I think he's stabilized. I think he is past the really tough area by getting that pickup that killed off the Misfortune. Now he's just in a very strong spot. He's got deep meditation to refill his hand. He's going to continue to generate these, and even though Kavira has a great hand of cards to push more damage, Cythria the Bold, Genevieve Elmhart, I think there's still a good spot here for Bones to try and find the win.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that play there was certainly game-changing, if nothing else. I mean, Genevieve can potentially kill the eye, or can potentially kill both eyes here, which may be what Bones is going for. Or sorry, what Kavira is going for. I mean, at this point, you know, Kavira, the win this turn line is likely out of the question, right? Like that's probably not going to happen. So just try to play as you know, safe as you can, I guess, is the way for them to go.
Yeah, now it looks like Bones is trying to buff the eyes because he sees that this is Genevieve trying to kill both eyes, right? And he wants to make it so that one eye trades into Genevieve. Now Ranger's Resolve is going to prevent that actually here. Right. So even if Bones goes for the Sonic Wave Resonating Strike to try and deny the Genevieve from getting both, that will actually be responded to. And because of that, there will be no more Dragonlings, and there's no more units in Bones' hands. So he's going to have to find a big pickup.
Right. Yeah, this is definitely going to be tough for Bones. Because of the line that Kavira went through. I mean, very smartly saying, you know what? There's a it wasn't even hidden. The gems would make it so that Cythria was going to be, you know, thwarted essentially. So this is hey, my lose condition is right now is let these eyes of the dragon just live forever and continue generating Dragonlings. I'm never getting through unless I draw another misfortune, which is a 2 in, you know, 20 something or whatever chance, which you can't really rely on. The more time you give Bones, the better it's going to be for him. So, hey, let's cut out that lose condition right now and try to get rid of these eyes.
And, you know, Bones committing. I like this. I mean, the only card in the deck that this kind of loses to is really this Ranger's Resolve. I guess other buffs for the Genevieve do answer, but
yeah,
this is the big one.
One Sharp Sight, one Sharp Sight, and 2 Ranger's Resolve are the only cards, because both riposts are gone. And yeah, that was it. So there's really only 3 total cards that would have answered that. And well, Kavira had one of the 3.
Now it goes up to draws, and I mean, well, Deny is definitely not the one that Bones wanted to see, right, Blev?
I mean, absolutely not is the answer. You already had the Nopify, which is effectively the same card, except it cost half as much.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Yep. Yeah. And Bones knows what's coming. That's going to be it.
Yeah, that is going to be game number 2, going over to Kavira, tying it up 1-1. Kavira, of course, targeting the Lee Sin, and is able to find the first win of 2 going against it. We actually saw Ash Nox being played by Arc Arax last week, and having a lot of success against the Lee Sins with the list. I think it was a great tech choice, all the freezes being able to help stall out until you get that wide board and win with the Ash. So we'll see if Kavira is able to repeat that success here against Bones that we saw from Arax, as this is going to be the final game of the series. This is Ash Nox versus Lee Sin. And yeah, the Zed Lee for Bones. See if he's able to do it.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of an extremely clunky hand. It is nice to have the deny, kind of, because you will... let me see. Is Kavira even running it? Okay, never mind. Kavira is running 0 Reckoning. So, actually, deny is a literally dead card. Okay, not literally. It can counter the 1x Culling Strike at a 1 mana loss.
But he's got 2 deny and a Nopify, so he's never got casting deny.
Yeah, there are 2 blank cards in Rattling Bones' hand right now.
Yeah.
Like literally blank cards that will not be cast. And not to mention that Bones, unfortunately, attacking on evens with the Z line, not where you want to be. Now, of course, we do see that, you know, going in on this Zed is actually going to be very fruitful here. There are no freezes that can be cast for 5 mana. Bones essentially put in the position of, well, if you have your flash freeze, I guess I lose. I'm not winning anyway. And can actually push, can put forth 16 power of unit here if he wanted to.
That is true.
I don't think he's going to. It's likely just the attack here and see what happens, because you can play around the freeze by waiting on the Tail Cascades.
Gonna go for the Sonic Wave. So wants to guarantee a clear on something here.
Oh, okay. Kavera tapped down below 3
Below
minutes.
3.
So yeah, this is actually this is actually just free. Push a little bit of damage here. Get an attack, clear a little bit of the board. Now, unfortunately, Yugi rears his Yeti'd head. Now, that is a Lee Sin, which is good.
Yeah, Bones is actually hitting his win cons, at least, on these draws. So while the left 3 cards in his hand don't exist, the 4 cards that he does have are actually quite good. They are very, very good in this matchup. Pale Cascade, able to answer freezes, and then, of course, having your Lee Sin. And also, the Pale Cascade's helping you maintain, like, a card advantage. So even though you're behind 3 cards, you're going to catch up a little bit with these Pale Cascades.
Yeah, and I'm wondering... Okay, Bones actually just going to potentially pump up the Zed to survive the Glory Seeker. I don't hate it. I actually really like this.
Yeah, I really like keeping the Zed alive, because we have 3 blank cards in our hand, right? I think you need this Zed. You need this to help you continue to keep pressure on this board. And I mean, Bones is down to 2. This is a tough spot, but I'm trying to think, can Lee Zed get him back into this game?
I
mean, the freezes.
The freezes are going to be... The harsh winds is going to be very, very harsh winds. And it might result in a harsh win for Kavera here, but Bones is really put in this position. He doesn't need... There are very few lines of play that he can take here. Like we mentioned, those denies actual blank cards. And for the time being, that Nopify also blank. So the Pale Cascades are great, but if the freeze comes out, 2 Pale Cascades is still going to allow a Yeti to trade into the Zed.
Yeah. Oh man. I feel for Bones on this one with the triple deny draw.
Yeah.
It is tough to get through, because this matchup is already hard for Lee Sin. This is already a tough matchup in general. And he's just put into a spot where, you know, he's staring down 6 mana from Kavera. So even at this point, the attacks feel bad, but he has to. He doesn't really have an option to just go against this and just say, okay, well, I'll just block you on my next turn. That's not going to work for Rattling Bones here.
It doesn't make the harsh winds go away. Like, the harsh winds can still exist on the block, and now at least you're attacking with an additional 5 power unit. Yeah, this is not looking great. And I will mention, I was in Bones' stream last night, and he was saying he felt really good about his lineup if he could dodge Kavira specifically. So yeah, the preemptive Pale Cascade is gonna get the Cythria yikes emote from Kavira, as that is likely gonna be lights out. Rattling Bones already hitting him with the GG. He knows what's happening. Just needs the harsh winds to come out. Oh.
The juicy to finish off his friend. As he knows, Kavira knows that he's got the win on this one. It's pretty much, I think it's impossible actually for Bones to answer with 7 mana on that attack. And Kavira going to sweep the Lee Sin. That's the target, right? You know, Bones mentioned, hey, I'm always going to win on War Mothers. He did. He has not lost on War Mothers, but the Lee Sin that he was worried about, it does come back to bite him. It is his Achilles heel, is this Lee Sin. And I won't say it's due to Bones' play here. He did say he was going to be a bit uncomfortable with it. I don't think if you're comfortable on it, you're winning these games that, that he ended up losing. I think that Kavira's lineup is the lineup build here for Kavira is great, targeting the Lee Sin, and he was able to get through it pretty handedly without much trouble. Zed Lee Sin not posing a threat to the Ash Nox and the Scout. So we're going to see Kavira moving on once again, winner's side through the bracket, and he'll be going up against What Am I, who is sitting in the winner's final, took down Deech. So we won't be getting the rematch.
Okay, well, not yet at least. I mean, Deech
not yet.
make a loser's bracket run, but yes, that is wow. Okay, a little, maybe perhaps an upset, but also What Am I is a great player as well. But we'll be seeing that one.
Yeah, so we will be seeing Kavira versus What Am I in the winner's final in just a moment. We're going to take a short break, but more Fight Night Legends when we return. Welcome back to Fight Night Legends. We just saw the team kill happen between Kavera and Rattling Bones, two members of TLG. Kavera going to take the win over Bones. And once again, Kavera winner's side in a Fight Night. He has been a champion, been a runner-up, and now he's trying to take that championship spot back after we saw Deech fall on the other side of the bracket to What Am I, who will be Kavera's opponent. That will be the winner's final. What Am I versus Kavera, fighting for a spot in the grand final and an invite back already. They get the early invite out of the way right here in the winner's final. Winner of this one will take it. And these are some interesting lineups to have made it this far already. Both of them going for the kind of counter Lee Sin strategy, I would say. When I look at it, it's double aggro on both sides.
Yeah.
Both sides is somewhat. I guess we with the Ashe Nox, that's not really aggro, but what I really want to talk about is going to be the Endure list from What Am I? He's playing Nocturne in Endure, but that's not the only spicy card, Blevins.
No, we see the big old Battle Fury, the 8-mana wonder. Yeah, I mean, Battle Fury certainly can end games rather quickly. Outside of that, relatively standard Endure list. Of course, those Nocturnes are a little bit different, but I've seen this a decent amount on ladder, or at least not this list specifically. I don't think I've ever gotten blown out by a Battle Fury, but seeing a lot of these. We saw who was playing fearsome aggro a couple of weeks ago?
Sharkweed.
Yeah, Sharkweed was playing fearsome aggro a couple of weeks ago, and we've seen a lot of that. I mean, the Elise Nocturnes, Frenzied Skitterer has actually seen a lot of play on ladder recently as just hey, I can make if my units have fearsome and I make all of your units smaller, I'm basically playing a weird version of Elusives, but that's not quite what we're seeing here. We're seeing a more traditional They Who Endure deck. Like you said, aggro deck, very, very powerful, got a lot of late game, but I don't know if this version counters the Lee Sin as much unless you get some of the more aggressive draws because of the prevalence of Hush.
Yeah.
Very good against They Who Endure in general.
Yeah, Hush, very, very good card. I think what I love to see out of What Am I is last time he was on, he ran Endure. It was out of meta Endure once again. And he had Battle Furies in it, which was the first time we ever saw Battle Fury in Endure, at least to my recollection. And he top 4'd with that. He made top 4 of Fight Night. He had a very good run through the losers bracket. He actually lost early and he ran through the losers bracket. Did really, really well in his first appearance. And it's been over a month, I think, since we've had him on. It's been quite a while. And we have him back. And once again, he brings Endure with Battle Fury. But this time around, he's making the winner's run with it. He's all the way in the winner's final, going up against Kavera. He 2-1 to Deech, 2-1 to Trevo, or 2-1 to Bruised by God, sorry.
Yeah.
And I'm very intrigued by Endure because I feel like in the more recent metas, I always undervalue the strength of Endure. We saw Chelo make it all the way to the final with Endure when we were kind of critical of the Endure early on. We were like, I don't think this is the right pick in this meta. This doesn't seem correct. It doesn't seem like this is going to be super good. And he proved us wrong. He took it all the way to the grand final where he did end up falling to Sero, but still, a top 2 finish in a Fight Night is nothing to scoff at. And I just think in general, Endure is not represented much, and yet we see it succeed almost every time it comes back.
Yeah, I think Endure is it's a preference pick, and I think it really falls victim to the fact that War Mother's control is so prevalent in TLC and the more controlling versions. And I think generally what we've seen from the players at Fight Night is they like to play a more control deck and control their destiny more so than play aggro decks. And some players have really liked aggro decks, and What Am I is a good example of that. And we actually see another aggro deck that What Am I brought, and that's the discard aggro. And we did see Swim kind of pioneer this deck back into existence in the meta But boy, oh boy, is this one different than the one that Swim was running.
This one's built different, Blevins.
Oh, Captain, my Captain, at the top of the curve. Big boy, Captain Crunch himself, coming through and slamming as a finisher in this deck.
Yeah, really interesting in discard. Like, I never expect to see Farron in discard, because normally you want to throw away your hand, not build a full hand of decimates. But I guess theoretically, right, you're running through a lot of your early cards, you're discarding, you're emptying your hand, you're getting your Jinx online, and then you're against a deck that finally runs you out of steam, right?
Right.
And then what do? They got, 6 points of HP left, 4 points of HP left. How do I get through it? Well, I guess Farron doesn't.
There's a way.
I guess he gets you through. And thinking about it, if the Farron is bad for you in a certain spot, you can discard it. It does feel weird, but you can discard this card. It can be something that you just throw away if you don't think you're going to want to be playing it. Like, if you need to level your Jinx and you have a Farron in hand, throw it away if you think the Jinx can win the game. There's a lot of, opportunities for you to still just discard it, and when you need it, maybe you'll have a Captain Farron. I'm excited for it. I think, I like watching discard aggro. It's like Casino. It's a little bit less hype than Casino, but it still has some of the same really just explosive openings, really big plays that you can make. And I love Jinx as a champion in general in this game. I think she's super exciting to watch. Swim brought it back. He won his fight night with discard aggro. And now What Am I is saying, hey, maybe I can do it too. But this time, the remix with the Captain Farron.
Yeah, and all memes aside, I actually do. I mean, maybe not Captain Farron necessarily, but I do really like this deck running the flex spot for that exact reason that you mentioned, Casa. You have so many. I mean, you have to discard cards in the deck, right? And normally, obviously, you want to discard a Jury Rig or a Flame Chompers or a Vision, but sometimes you can't, right? And I've seen a lot of lists actually cutting down on one of the rummages. This one, of course, is running the full 3. So yeah, sometimes you get the Captain Farron and it's awkward, but it's not going to sit in your hand for very long. There's so many cards that can cycle it away. It can be discarded to a Draven, a Get Excited, whatever. But it also it's there in case you need it. In case you need it, he's there potentially. So yeah, I mean, giving your those late games where you've kind of run out of steam, giving your deck more threat density in general, it's got to be a good thing, especially when it comes at very little cost when you're discarding it when you don't want it.
Yeah, I think that is just the major point of it that is cool to see, because a lot of people, when saying a lot of people, I think pretty much everyone has shied away from putting Farron into discard. It's not something I generally see, and so it's really cool that we are seeing this adaptation. What Am I having kind of his quirky techs is I guess what I'll call them. He's not like the other decks. He's a little quirky. Puts in Battle Fury in his Endure, puts in Farron in his discard aggro. But he does find a lot of success with these kind of weird things that he likes to bring. And not only through the ladder, we've seen him have pretty consistent high ladder placements, but also in the few times that we have had the pleasure of watching him in tournament, it always, I think, does catch people off guard. Just how well he does, because I really do think that What Am I to a lot of people is Who Am I. I think a lot of people don't know who he is, and it's good that we get to showcase players that are really good and are lesser known within the community.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, at the end of the day, like, it doesn't necessarily matter who you are. I mean, we do have pretty stringent standards for the type of players we're inviting, whether it's tournament performance or ladder or just suggestions or people that are really good that we don't know about. I mean, we're open, but also it's like we're not. I mean, I'm not getting invited to these events. Let me tell you, not good enough. But it is good because at the end of the day, once you're in the event, hey, all bets are off. It doesn't matter who you are. If you're playing well and you brought a good deck and you can beat the the players you're playing against, hey, you're who you are might be a tournament champion, right? So that's really good. And we've seen a lot of people. I mean, this is the 15th one. This is Fight Night 15. That's so 15. Crazy. I feel like we just started a couple of weeks ago. It's absolutely insane. But I mean, we've seen people who, you know, back when we were casting DORs months ago and there was only a handful of people watching, we've seen people who no one has heard of. And all of a sudden now are the, you know, the people who are the top streamers and top players on ladder and in the tournament community. So it's really been great to do that as well. And yeah, at the end of the day, if you're in the tournament, as long as you haven't been eliminated yet, that's all you need. You just need another round to go.
Another thing to note, I guess we'll take the time to say it now, is just like, if you are someone who competes in opens and you compete on ladder and you feel like you're doing a lot and doing really well and you haven't received an invite, you know, we're human. We don't see everybody always. We consume a lot of Runeterra content. We know a lot of you. Yes. But if you feel like you're being overlooked and you're competing as well as some of these other people that are showing up, send an email my way. Contact me on Twitter or on Discord. Yeah. You can find me. There's a lot of ways where you can find all that info. And we'll get you on here. You know, it's all about putting yourself out there, and we're trying to find the best players that we have so that we can showcase them here on Fight Night. So definitely want to be bringing in even more as we continue to do this week in and week out.
I mean, the number of people in the past few weeks and months that have just been like, you know, someone that we trust in the community is like, hey, this person, you know, won a Brazil event, or this person won, you know, a DOR in EU that, you know, we don't get the chance to watch every event anymore. We don't have there's not enough time to watch all the events,
we don't have the time,
which is awesome because there's so many events going on. But yeah, I mean, we'll look at anyone. And a lot of people, you know, message me and message Casa about, hey, how do I get invited? It's like, well, what have you done? And honestly, you know, it doesn't I mean, if you're a master player and you know, put up some top cuts in events, hey, we'll take a look at it for sure. So I know we're getting a little off the rails, but we're just waiting on the players to start up. And I just can't get over this Farron. It's
great.
So wacky.
It's great. Well, we love that card. We just love that card. It's so hype because a lot of times we've had games that feel so over. And then it's just like, what is the one card in the deck that can save him here? And it's Farron. And it just creates so many hype moments in the game. And I think that Farron was a triumph of card rework. I think that is what is so great about Farron, is I think he went from being kind of a joke where you just couldn't play him to suddenly just being not only a very good finisher in a lot of Noxus aggressive decks, but also just thematically being so great as just this 8 mana. He's 8 power, and then he gives you 12 damage. He is a one-man army. He deals 20 damage to the opponent Nexus himself if left completely unchecked. And yes, it is a lot of mana to make that happen, but just the idea of that is super cool. And I absolutely love the rework that they did. And I hope that some of the other epic cards that maybe aren't seeing as much play can get some nice reworks like that. We saw an attempt of that with like Ren Shadowblade. It didn't really get him into the meta, but I think like the direction.
A real card? I thought I had a weird fever dream about
fever dream where Ren Shadowblade got a balance change, and you're like,
no, Ren Shadowblade existed. I thought that was a dream. No, he actually does exist. That's weird. I forget about that card.
Yeah.
We're going through some technical difficulties on the back end here with the players cast, so I think we're going to take a short break here before we come back, but we will be back in just a minute here for Fight Night Legends.
Welcome back to Fight Night Legends. We are just moments away from jumping into the winners bracket final between What Am I and Kavira. Handled a couple of back-end issues, and it should all be working smoothly for the tournament here. Should be able to continue running on through. But the lineups here, Blevins, it's two more aggressive-leaning lineups like we talked about, and looking at them, I don't think either of these lineups was built with the other in mind, but with that said, is there one that you would lean towards in this specific matchup? I think this is a little bit harder to look at.
Yeah, on the one hand, Kuvira's list is very much, hey, I'm going to be able to beat Lee Sin twice style of deck, right? And, well, there's obviously no Lee Sin from What Am I. The question becomes, is What Am I's lineup of the relatively aggressive, though actually kind of toned back a little bit, discard aggro, as well as the, again, relatively aggressive but toned, well, actually maybe not toned back at all.
There's a lot of one-drops, actually.
Even more aggressive, actually. Nocturne Elise deck. How does that fare against the relatively standard lists of Kavira? I think the biggest issue for Kavira might actually be the Ash Sedge, because no Reckoning. It's also got 2 Reckless Trefarian, which are going to be really bad on defense. It's got, wait, is this true? It has no Brittle Steals. Yeah, I think no Kavira's Ash Sejuani list is actually kind of soft to aggressive strategies in general, which might actually be a tough thing to deal with for Kavira. But let's see how it plays out. Kavira deciding to lead with the Scouts versus What Am I's They Who Endure list.
Yeah, we are going to see Endure versus Scouts. This is a pretty aggressive start. If What Am I can hit Butcher for the turn 2, this is pretty disgusting. Yes. But he's not gonna go for the nut draw here. There's the option to actually play Bark Beast and just bet. It's like putting it all on red. Yeah, and it's generally a worse play, but it gives you the I drew my Ravenous Butcher and I won the game out. That is there.
Yeah, I don't even know how much it wins the game is the problem. If that happens, I mean, Kavira goes Bright Steel Protector and actually gets to block extremely effectively. Yeah. It still would be good for sure, but I like this play from What Am I. It also, playing the 1/1 Spider gives Kavira the option to not attack. Now, I think in many scenarios, Kavira is attacking with the Jagged Butcher, but there's a non-zero chance that maybe, Kavira wants to play around, doesn't want to give the value to What Am I in terms of blocking with their 1-drop. But of course, that's not how it plays out. And Kavira opens on Betty Croker, giving a little bit more card draw here.
Yeah, and being able to get that card draw from the Betty Croker, going to be super nice for Scouts, just having more units to put on the board. And on the other side, What Am I has these Glimpse Beyonds, which I believe are uninteractable with this version of Scouts. I think this is all...
That is correct.
Yep, it's all kind of combat tricks and then Relentless Pursuit. There's no single combats or concerted strikes, so What Am I can play the Cursed Keeper and can just draw with Glimpse Beyond whenever he wants in order to get that Abomination out, set up this Bark Beast to be stronger. So I think this is a good spot for What Am I at the start of this game here, just generating value on the board, getting these Glimpse Beyonds used, and he's even going to eat a couple points of mana here from Kavira. Well, at least it's going to get banked for now. There is always just Relentless Pursuit. It's pretty much just always What Am I is like, okay, you might have Relentless Pursuit here.
Right. Yeah, I really like this play from What Am I, actually saving the Glimpse for this turn. So now if he wants, he can play the Nocturne with Nightfall here and can really put together a relatively strong attack here. I mean, it's going to be pushing quite a bit. And, Kavira's units, I think in general, are going to be a little bit outclassed by, you know, what am I is putting forth, especially with Caretaker coming out. I mean, this is going to be a pretty big attack from What Am I, and Kavira without their champions is actually going to be kind of behind. I mean, running some less than ideal units into what Am I is putting out.
Yeah, all of these are weak, obviously, to the challengers. The saplings are just going to get huge value, and of course, Kavira has an answer to that to try and keep his board, keep the integrity of his board with this Rangers Resolve. It's still overall a good spot for What Am I to be in, being able to just go in with these ephemerals that he's created and force out a spell that could potentially get a lot more value at a later time. But it is enough value for Kavira that he's at least happy to be denying it with the Rangers Resolve here.
Yeah, it's not a terrible spot for Kavira, and it's also not a terrible spot for What Am I. I mean, this turn was essentially, you know, fogged anyway. And again, as we can see there, they who endure, you know, any trades in general are going to be in What Am I's favor the longer the game goes. And it's not really looking like he's going to be able to punch anything through here. Hicks as a scout is an interesting pickup.
Yeah, it's not really too bad in general, as long as you have another scout. Right. At least the scout tag. Sorry, I guess the scout tag itself is probably not great for picks. But yeah. I would say that the picking up picks as your 1 mana card is not always too terrible because his support effect is very strong.
Yeah, I think in general, the picks is probably it's going to be medium, right? Yes, but it does pump up the Island Navigator, and you know, effectively is getting that second attack off via the pump, which is kind of nice, but maybe not the best.
Not the best overall, but we do see this time the Nightfall Nocturne gonna likely be used. Now, this deck definitely doesn't level Nocturne. That's never happening with this deck. It is entirely just being used for this ability, which is to reduce the attack of the entire enemy board and to apply Vulnerable, which is still very powerful, very strong for this 4-mana card. I think that, in general, Nocturne's still great, even if not leveled, but it is important to note that Kavira doesn't have to worry about randomly dying to a board full of fearsome units because this Nocturne is not going to get there. However, he will have to worry about getting mowed down by a massive Endure at some point in this game. And
very true.
We see that What Am I has one.
Yeah, and there are, like we said, there's really no response to a They Who Endure. So What Am I, you know, is in a very good position in general where he can kind of dictate the flow of the game. He does not have to overcommit anything because he doesn't need to win. There's no clock that he needs to win with. He doesn't need to push a victory now because the inevitability is there via the Endure. So as it stands, he gets to kind of free attack, potentially just getting a little bit of damage on Kavira's board, getting some additional ticks for They Who Endure. Also going to clear up some board space here, and just needs to have a board that's big enough to not die to a Cytherea attack, essentially.
Yeah, none of these that he's attacking with can block Cytherea's attacks other than just the Cytherea, but he can play Warden's Prey to block Cytherea as well. So I really actually like this attack a lot because it is clearing up space to play this Caretaker on a future turn, and these weren't going to get any value regardless. So yeah, just having them die for a potential Endure play. I think this is a really solid attack. It's really, I think it's really well thought out, exactly attacking with these 3 units. So this is a really, really heads-up play from What Am I? And yeah, he's positioning himself, like you said, to try and run away with this once he can actually get this Endure on the board, and Kavira not even going to give him the ticks towards Endure.
Yeah, I think Kavira sniffs out essentially exactly what's going on. I mean, it's a free attack anyway, right? Because there's a good chance that you have some units in hand that you want to play over 1/1s. But you know, Kavera does not need to give value to those units because right now they're only going to be able to block one thing, and that is the Cythria herself. Curious how big this Endure is going to be. Does it not show you in hand anymore? Or am I just missing it? I feel like it keeps hovering over it and I don't see how big the Endure is.
Yeah, I haven't been able to spot it, so we'll see if we get another chance.
There's definitely
I'll be keeping my eyes on it.
Some units. There's been at least some units that have died because, of course, the Blighted Caretaker came out earlier.
Yeah, because you'll see. Yeah, we'll see if he actually hovers it, because he's at 7 mana now, so it is time where at any point he could play Endure as long as it's actually big, but there hasn't been enough. There for sure hasn't been enough units die that the Endure is playable at this point. I think he needs a couple more.
Boulevard, our fellow LOR caster, shout outs to Boulevard and no one else, has pointed out that they don't show the stats on the They Who Endure anymore. It just shows the number in the description.
Yeah,
it used to, though. I'm pretty sure it used to have the stats.
It did used to. Yeah, you are right. But yeah, that is a change that it has now. Is that we do have to look at the little tiny number.
Oh no, they're making things less boomer friendly. That's not what I want to see.
Okay. And we have a stat on Fight Night that neither of us can see. It's been established.
I was gonna say he was looking to line up the Nocturne on the Cythria, and I'm like, I don't think that block can happen.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the argument for it is just ensuring that the Cythria dies now, because you are probably letting some number of these fearsome units hit you anyway. And killing off the Cythria protects you from a rally buffing up these even further.
That's true.
Now, it would be really bad if he made that block into Ranger's Resolve plus rally, which, funny enough, Kavira does have.
Yes.
But we do see Wonamai potentially just trying to trade away as many things as he can and playing around. Whoa, okay.
All right. The defensive Battle Fury coming out. Says, yeah, Nocturne really wants to be able to block again, potentially.
Big Nocturne.
Yeah, that is a gigantic Nocturne. The board dwindled down a bit on the side of Kavira, but also, I'm wondering, is there a way to, because there's only going to be 2 blockers for fearsome units. Okay, there's probably not a lethal line, I don't think, from Kavira. Potentially depends on what this Betty Croker draws. Another Cythria of the Bold. Okay, I caught it. The They Who Endure is at 7 ticks, so an 8/8, if it was unblocked, would potentially kill with an atrocity.
This is huge. The amount of low drops that Kavira had in hand has turned this into a horrifying attack with this Cythria. Is this just game? It actually might be, because there is a challenger on board. So that is going to guarantee that one of the weaker units is taking one of the fearsome blockers.
Block. It's going to be 4, 7, 10. I think it's off by 1.
I think it is off by 1. I think you're correct. I think this is a block on Cythria and a block on the Island Navigator. There we go.
Yes.
Island Navigator and Cythria get blocked. The Challenger pulls Nocturne or the A-Bomb, and Wonamai lives on 1. And that's insane, because Wonamai can win from there. He can definitely win. He has Endure plus Atrocity. It is a winnable position.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's going to depend. It is possible that he could win. The Island Navigator attack, I think, does change it. I think the Island Navigator attack will now make it so that Well, actually, no. I mean, actually, I guess it doesn't change anything.
No, does not affect it.
Yeah, because the attack comes through. Block is going to take the 4. Yeah, it's still going to take the 10. So, yeah, I mean, Casa, this is going to be now... There's now 8 ticks. There's going to be 9 here. 10 ticks, which is going to be an 11 power Endure.
Right.
This is going to attack and do... Yeah. It's going to do...
I think he's finding
7.
it.
Yeah,
I think he's finding it with that attack on the Endure and then Atrocity.
Wow.
I don't... There is the Cytheria the Bold plus Ranger's Resolve follow-up. So that is 7 life that it's blocking. So...
Or would put down to 11... Or no, would put him down to 12. I think he might be 1 off.
Yeah, it's close. I don't have the math perfect here. Because I don't...
Yeah.
I'm trying to visualize exactly how big this Endure is. You said it was 11-11? So then if it's 11-11, then the new Sith.
Yeah, Kavera did not attack, and I think Kavera was sussing out the math on exactly what we were just talking about, where yeah, this attack can put what am I to 1, but also they who endure plus atrocity probably kills me. So wow. I wonder if Kavera had the time to think that through, if they would have not even cast the rally there. I don't know.
Does Kavera have a perfect count on this Endure? Because this Endure is a 9-9. So right now, it is being threatened by Cytheria plus Riposte. If he has a perfect count, and he knew that this was going to be the exact size, that's insanity. But I think he still has to play Endure, and that is what we saw. What am I calculating there? We saw him hover over the Cytheria. We saw him, thinking about how big his Endure is. It's exactly as many units that needed to die for this to be threatened by a Riposte.
Yeah. Well, now, and then is 9 mana. So the problem with the Riposte line is that Kavera can't bluff that anymore, because Kavera has to play this other Cytheria to be able to block the They Who Endure. Otherwise, if What Am I attacks, the most that can get blocked...
Well, you take 5.
Actually, the Ranger's
He's
Resolve.
Still safe.
The Ranger's Resolve would save.
He would still be safe.
Oh, he's safe with the Genevieve play. Okay. But also, yeah, this still doesn't threaten Riposte.
Right. But this does threaten a 1-of in the deck, which is trying to get the name because it's a new card, Sharp Sight. Yes. Sharp Sight. Which gives +2/+2, and I can block units with Elusive this round, but I pretty much always see it just because it's a 2 mana +2/+2. It's like a better it's like a bigger Radiant Strike, basically. Yes. And that's where I've been mostly seeing it be used. I mean, of course, it has the upside of allowing you to block elusive units, but
I have blocked a number of Ezreals on ladder.
Okay.
Sharp Sight, yeah.
So Ranger's Resolve. This is keeping Kavera out of atrocity range.
Yep.
I believe exactly. Oh, not quite. 2 away.
Oh, and now What Am I is not going to have enough mana for 2 atrocities.
No, he will not.
Which would have been lethal. Well, actually, yeah, it would have been lethal.
Now, second Cytheria can come down and completely invalidate the 2/1 and the 1/1.
Yep. Also, Genevieve can eat the 2/1 and the 1/1.
Sure.
Although this, I feel like this opens up. This, I feel like, gives What Am I more options. Although the open attack might not be enough. I guess if open attack isn't enough, then you have to do this.
Yeah, this is giving more time for What Am I to develop actual blockers. So you can go Stalking Shadows, Stygian Onlooker, potentially.
Yep. And notably
Ooh.
in What Am I's deck, 0 copies of Doom Beast, which would be a pretty big swing here in terms of life total and being able to block fearsome units.
Yeah, would be able to block fearsome units, and also Doom Beast would just put Kavira in lethal range.
Yes.
Still kind of coming down to the wire. There's another Stalking Shadows that can look for something here to try and block. It would have to be like a Ravenous Butcher at this point. He's seen none of them, so that would be a very good find.
Yeah. Another Cythria. And at this point, you have to cast it. Nothing else. There's nothing. No other cards that do anything.
I guess What Am I is thinking maybe a defensive Atrocity can be used here. Phantom block
true.
something and Atrocity another thing. So that's probably what he's considering.
Ooh, that's a good point. That's a good point. The problem is that even if What Am I survives here, there's a decent there is at least the threat that Kavira can kill the Vehundor. Genevieve pulling Vehundor is going to kill it. So if Kavira wants to do that, they have that option.
Okay. So this is going to be the Phantom block with the Atrocity. From What Am I believe, because I think he's dead if he doesn't. It's a lot of damage from Kavira. And the 2/1 blocker is invalid here. It will not actually be able to block, as everything on the board will be fearsome with double Cythria.
Yep. Okay. It's going to be 4, 8, 15 coming through. He blocks one of the Cythrias. So is going to have to use that Atrocity. Yeah, I mean, now it's going to come down to... now it's going to come down to, can What Am I draw another Vehundor?
He's got the Stalking Shadows.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to have a good number of looks at it, for sure. And that almost certainly is going to do it, right? I mean...
If he finds the Endure?
If he finds Endure, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. That will get him there if he finds it. Butcher?
Not it.
That's a little late.
Yay. The Stalking Shadows. For all Stalking Shadows.
Endure!
And there it is!
He finds it!
Oh, Kavira with the Cythria. Yikes!
Oh no!
Needs to make sure to not play the ephemeral one. That's a 13/13. They who endure.
I picked the right one as well. No mechanical errors.
Yeah. No
What am I?
Okay. That is irrelevant. I mean, this one's just over, right? There's no interaction from Kavira.
Yeah,
Wait.
there is no interaction.
Wait, did he just not attack?
He doesn't need to. He has a Atrocity.
Oh yeah, he doesn't need to attack. Okay.
Yeah.
I got scared.
In fact, I'm just trying to think if there was a way that 2 combat tricks could have killed the Endure or something on the attack, but no matter what,
I got so scared for a
that's
second.
that second Atrocity as he finds the other Endure with the Stalking Shadows. I mean, what a game. That was so close. Kavira, amazing high-level play to hold back that attack.
So good.
But still, what am I mean, this lineup that he's built, bringing Endure, and he pilots Endure so well. I mean, there's a reason this guy always brings it. I think it's got to be one of his favorite decks for sure. He plays it a lot. And he's piloting it masterfully. He hits the Endure that he needs to. Yep. I mean, obviously, he would not win if he doesn't hit that Endure there, but he does hit and put himself in a position where that's all he needed to find the win. And I think Kavira did just about everything he could have in that match to try and find the win and just could not quite get there.
Yeah, I'm wondering. I would be curious to see if, looking back, if they would have wanted to play that. If they actually would have wanted to play that Relentless Pursuit on that turn that they did. But I mean, there's also the, like, you don't know how your opponent's going to block, etc. It still may have been the correct play. I don't know. That was like that was a time where it's like, okay, I need to go back and watch the tape and actually spend a half hour thinking about it with a group of playtesters to see what the right line is.
Yeah.
Because, wow. But yeah, I mean, that was absolutely a fantastic game played by both players. And, you know, played to their outs, obviously, and had the double atrocity and was able to find the Endure off of the Stalking Shadows. But we're on the more straightforward deck, I would say, of discard aggro. And, you know, I've been saying that I've been playing a lot of Lee Sin. I've been playing a lot of Scouts. I've also actually been playing a lot of discard aggro as well. Long story short, I've been playing a lot on ladder. And this one is very much a, you know, you want to get your champions, or you want to have wide boards and nutty vision draws. And we see a little bit of that here. I mean, we're going to have an all right visions draw.
Ooh.
Rummage into another visions. Doesn't really do much here. It does potentially give you Jinx level up relatively quickly.
Yeah. The second visions with the rummage was just essentially a punish to Kavera getting greedy on the value trade here. But that doesn't come out from Kavera. He just takes the free 2-1. And so now that visions becomes a little bit less relevant. But like you mentioned, can be a fast Jinx level up. This Farron is likely getting cycled. This is one that we'll probably see go away because you want to level this Jinx. And one rummage going into a augmented experimenter turn 6 seems like the likely line here. This turn 5 will likely see the rummage go through, or even this turn we'll see the rummage go through, and then the following turn we'll see that augmented experimenter leveling up the Jinx.
Yeah, it's possible. I mean, we might actually see. So the problem with having augmented experimenter level up the Jinx is that it's a turn later than you want it to be.
Right.
Ideally, you'd want to have it this turn. That's not actually possible. Well, if the rummage gave you a Poro Cannon or another rummage, you could do it. But now, this is actually excessively awkward because now there's no way to level up the Jinx this turn unless you draw into another discard outlet. Because even playing out the visions raw into rummage does not level up the Jinx here.
Right. So end of the day, probably just go for the rummage, see what other plays you can do since we've seen Kavira tap out. That's kind of a bit of an annoying turn. I mean, you see him even laughing about it. Not very good. I think what did you say? Excessively awkward. I think that is that's certainly what we're seeing from this hand for What Am I?
It is not great. And this I mean, you know, it is definitely awkward, but I mean, we've seen it before. We've seen it many times in the past. Augmented experimenter can get you out of a lot of stuff.
Yeah. The rough thing though is we're not going to see, well, at least it's less likely for the experimenter lines because he had to throw away one of them already.
Yes.
There will be one more left after the one in hand. So it'll be experimenter and potentially What Am I can find another one down the line. Because we have seen some crazy things with those multi-experimenter lines. Remains the most viewed clip on my channel is Don't Be Mad going off with experimenters very early on in this game's competitive history. So we've been through it all, Blevins, with the augmented experimenter, and we know the power that this card does contain.
Yep. And here now we're just seeing Jinx get dealt with. The little bit of chip damage coming through. Procs for Quinn. And yeah, I mean, it's certainly going to be an uphill battle for What Am I, but Battlecaster's not going to help. Not that you'd want to cast it now anyway. Experimenter getting a minimal value target, but of course is going to be able to, get a couple of Flame Chompers in play. Draw some new cards. Okay. Probably not the 3 worst cards you could draw, but I think maybe a tie. Like not good at all. I think is the correct phrasing there. Not even able to play the Draven's biggest fan. And I will say from experience that if you have a Draven's biggest fan in hand and you can't play it, you will immediately draw a Draven. It didn't work. I was trying to cast her. I don't know if that'd be a blessing or a curse.
I think you've blessed him here by having him not actually draw the Draven.
Yeah.
Straight away. I've experienced that as well, Blevins. I've always been pretty vocal as not liking Draven's biggest fan as a card, actually. And recently I've been playing it. I've been playing discard with it because it seems like a lot of people are liking it. I'm like, okay, well, I'll give it another chance. And I'm constantly running into late game drawing into them and not being able to play them. But I also, to be fair, have had the experience of playing it on 1 and it drawing my Draven for me for 3. So it does have some times where it is kind of like doing really, really well. So I see why it's getting a lot of play.
Yeah, I think I'm in the camp of I'm a Draven's biggest fan right now. I think it's quite decent in this deck because it does just set up like you want to have the nut draws, and I think Draven's biggest fan allows you to more reliably get those nut draws, which is I guess kind of counter. It's kind of an oxymoron, but yeah, you can reliably get the high rolls. Yeah,
this is brutal for What Am I. He kind of has to play into Ranger's Resolve here in order to try and come back on board, but Kavera has it, so this is just essentially sealing this game away. I mean, What Am I could potentially hit. I mean, it's 18 life left on Kuvira. I think this one is probably doomed, and What Am I is going to have to take down Ash Nox with discard aggro because this is really, really tough.
Yeah, I mean, this is a leveled Quinn. This is, I mean, his essentially entire board is going to be gone, or at least the relevant parts of the board. Yeah, I mean, this is even Captain Crunch is not gonna be quick enough here. I'm kind of interested to know why What Am I didn't use the Poro Cannon to put the jury rig into play. I guess it's maybe just less information and it didn't really matter, but a little optimization thing there. But in the end, it didn't matter. Kavira had that one locked up, and we're going into a game 3.
Yeah, we are going to get a game 3 once again. Scouts, look, this list working really well for Kavira so far. It's been seeming quite good. And we're gonna have I believe this is Ash Nox versus Discard Aggro for the final matchup here between these two players. One game decides who will be moving on to the grand finals and earning their spot in the next fight night.
Yes. And this is this is one of the types of hands that is kind of down the road for the discard deck. I mean, of course, you do have that really good curve of Draven into Jinx, even House Spider into Draven into Jinx. Potentially could have actually got weaved a Poro in there too, though I don't know if that's going to be super relevant, as this second House Spider is not necessarily going to be great. Be 1 into 2 into 3 into 4, which is generally a pretty strong play line of play for the deck. Don't necessarily need to get the 1 in though, but no visions here and no interactive spells either. I mean, Get Excited is very good Obviously countering a Ashe, and of course I caster bless him with the get excited when I mention it.
Yeah, I mean, this is what we talked about a lot when Swim was playing this deck in his road to Fight Night glory when he found the win, and I believe it was Fight Night 13. He always seemed to have his champions, and we know that this is kind of the setup that you want when you are playing the discard deck. This is how you find those wins, and What Am I not only has his champions, but he has a lot of discard fodder with good discard cards. He's got the Get Excited. He's got the Spinning Axe to buff up this, to get this Visions out, which is huge. Yep. And he's just got a lot of aggression that he can start to put forward. And I think this is a great spot because Kavera has great things to respond to these, but they generally are overcosted. They cost too much for him to actually get them on board to answer, minus this Yeti, which is definitely a good pickup for Kavera to Yugi that off the top.
Here's the thing. Kavera seemed, well, I mean, you're probably playing the Yeti regardless, right? But also, very importantly, representing the harsh winds. There, of course, is no harsh winds in Kavera's hand, but What Am I has to have that going through his mind. And I think that's why we're going to not see this Jinx attack. Kavera leaving up 6 mana effectively is just gaining himself 4 life here because the Jinx attack essentially can't come in because of the fear of harsh winds.
Yeah, it can't. Harsh winds is definitely a terrifying prospect at this point. What Am I is like, okay, well, I can lose my Draven if you have harsh winds. That's okay. But my Jinx, that's going to be my big win condition. So he wants to hold on to that. This is the matchup, I think, that will biggest hurt Kavera not having Brittle, because Brittle Steel was really good. Brittle Steel is not so good against the Lee Sin. The Lee Sin, you want these other freezes, these other cards that he has teched in instead are going to help in that matchup. And that's what he's targeting. So he's completely cut out Brittle Steel, which in this matchup, Brittle Steel is amazing. It is a very, very good card for him to have, and of course, does not have it here.
Yeah, and this is, hey, there is no harsh winds here. And now that kind of leaves the door open a little bit for What Am I? But again, Kavera is 5 healthier because of that play, which could, I mean, that's half of Kavera's health is there because he represented harsh winds. That's kind of insane to think about against an aggressive deck, right? Like, you don't need to, and like Kavera could have, I mean, granted, again, he probably was going to play the Yeti anyway, but could have potentially played something else, could have played a bigger unit, could have, maybe set up some better trades, but absolutely insane to think that, What Am I, because Kavera knows that What Am I is going to play around that, gets to represent that and get value off of it.
Yeah, was able to protect a little bit more life with that, but being down to 10 already, Jinx on board.
Right.
No healing in the deck is a really, really tough spot for Kavera, and yeah, he's got this answer to Jinx right now with the Rhyme Fang Wolf, but I mean, we see this get excited. There's potential for What Am I to actually protect Jinx and set up to continue furthering the advantage that he has in this game, and yeah, Get Excited is going to be the card of choice. Jinx can be leveled on this turn.
Yeah, Jinx just is such an important card in this, just in general, in the deck, right? Not even necessarily this matchup. And Kavera sees the writing on the wall. The Jinx is going to end it. It doesn't matter how. It's too much card advantage and there's no more answers. And Kavera goes down to the losers bracket, and What Am I is going to be our first grand finalist.
Yeah, What Am I coming into his second fight night and moving straight through the winners bracket to the grand final, playing, his own lineup. It's not exactly what we expect out of the meta, but this is very What Am I. This is very his style. We've seen him once, and this really fits with what we've seen him play in the past, what he says he likes to play. And I mean, he pilots it really well, and he was able to find the win over Kavera. So We will be seeing one of my in the finals, but who will we be playing against? Well, we've got a couple more matches to determine that. Rattling Bones and Deech, loser semifinal. That'll be coming up next. We're going to take a short break. See you in just a minute.
Man. Bones Deech. Deech, I got. Let me pull up Bones again. Let me see if my dinner is here.
Bones Deech.
I'll be back.
Yes. Welcome back to Fight Night Legends. We have just seen our first grand finalist with What Am I taking down Kavira in the winner's final, and now we're going to shift on down to the lower bracket to find out who will be facing off against What Am I in the grand finals. Our very first matchup is going to be the losers semifinal between Rattling Bones and Deech. Now, this is a pretty dope matchup, Blev, because Deech, previous champ, but Rattling Bones just considered by many to be, you know, like a top 5 player in this game. Just an insanely good player. And Deech having the opportunity here to come play against Bones to try and regain his crown of Fight Night champion from last week. I'm really excited for this matchup.
Yeah, this is going to be a really good one, of course. As we saw there, Rattling Bones number 5 on the Masters list, and depending on what time of day it is, that's going to go up. That's going to fluctuate between 1 and 5 on that ladder list. So, I mean, Bones has been, like you said, a proverbial top 4, top 2 competitor. Has not quite gotten the dub yet, though. So this could be the redemption arc. Well, not redemption. That implies that he needs to be redeemed, but the victory march for Rattling Bones coming into into this fight night. But Deech, of course, coming off of a big W last week as well.
Yeah, big dub for Deech, and he's trying to reclaim that. Kuvira, who he beat last week, is waiting in the losers final, so looking for potentially a rematch there, try and beat Kavera twice. But the matchups here, or at least the lineups, is going to be Rattling Bones on the War Mothers and Lee Sin Zed, going up against Deech with Ez Karma and TF Swain. So, little blast from the past.
Yeah.
Ezreal Karma making a reappearance in Fight Night after so long without it, even though it was a dominant force for quite a while.
Yeah, I mean, it got the typical champion nerf treatment of it's the Woody from Toy Story meme that I don't want to play with this anymore. The second that a champion gets a nerf, just throwing Woody into the garbage because you don't want to play with Ezreal anymore because he got a little bit worse. But when you really look at it, how much worse did Ezreal get? Now, there are I think you can definitely point out the times where Ezreal would have won, where maybe he wouldn't now, but also I think old Ezreal was kind of busted. So, in general, the core of the deck really didn't change. It's just a little bit harder to get Ezreal leveled up. But once you've gotten there, you're in roughly the same spot. And I think that spot is a perfectly fine spot to be. Now, it is definitely going to be a little bit meta dependent. And when we're coming into this event where there's, theoretically not going to be as aggressive of lineups, I think that Ezreal Karma can certainly do work. It does notably have a good number of, ways to interact with Lee Sin. It's got Will of Ionia. It's got the Thermogenic Beam. It's, of course, got Denies, Concussive Palm, Steel Tempest. All those things can slow down the Lee Sin. And when you're able to slow it down and play the longer game, Ezreal Karma, speaks for itself with its success there.
Yeah, it absolutely does. And, in the past, there's been a lot of back and forth with Ezreal Karma versus War Mother's Control in particular. This is a deck that a lot of people would say, well, Ez Karma clearly counters War Mother's Control because War Mother's Control is a slow list. And then you have Deny for War Mothers. You have all these answers. But, we've seen it not be the case. We've actually seen War Mothers kind of run over Ezreal Karma in the past. I mean, the infamous at this point Topher Jamfest win with War Mothers that made it Casanova's call. Absolutely was an example of taking War Mothers into an Ez Karma meta even and beating it. And I think especially with the Alpha Wild Claws being just very aggressive and, Trundle being added in, just having these big aggressive units that are hard to remove. Especially because you can just kind of pass and wait all game until you just jam a War Mothers. If it comes out, I don't think the matchup is as Karma favored as maybe people thought at one time. So it will be cool to see if Bones continues the streak of winning with War Mothers. We talked about how he said, hey, I'm going to always win with it. And I just got to make sure I can win with Lee Sin. And we'll see if that continues against Deech in this matchup.
Well, I was joking a little bit off camera about how Bones consulted his favorite monkey's paw and said, just let me win with War Mother's control. And well, the monkey's paw may granteth you that, but that does not mean that you can get the win with the other deck. But yeah, I think that Trundle, more so than almost any other card in the deck, really does push this, more towards the War Mothers. You look at you take a look at the Ezreal Karma deck and like what actually deals with the Trundle. You can stun it, sure, okay, that's fine. Deny does nothing, gotcha. No, none of this damage-based removal does anything really against Trundle. So
yeah,
it certainly seems like it's going to be a favored matchup there. You just don't even need to cast the War Mothers if you don't want to.
Yeah, there's maybe a thermogenic beam,
Sure.
Because other than that, Will of Ione doesn't feel good, and then you just have stun. So basically, it really is those 2 thermo beams that are going to work there, but we might not even see that matchup as Deech playing as Karma into Lee Sin here from Rattling Bones. He's got his champions, so I'm sure Bones is happy to be seeing those starting out. And Nopify, very good against as Karma. This was actually a card that he mentioned he thought was really good in this matchup. It's one of the reasons he actually didn't really love as Karma coming back. At least he thinks it's not good coming back. He doesn't. Right. He wasn't super stoked on Ezreal in general. He said, I think, Nopify means that Zed Lee Sin is still good in this matchup, and people were saying that one of the reasons they wanted to play Ezreal is because they thought it was good into Lee Sin.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. Interestingly there, Rattling Bones opting not to go for the Mountain Goat, instead takes a pass. I'm wondering, gonna go for the Mountain Goat now, and I guess maybe this just allows Rattling Bones to pressure Deech's resources effectively on, Deech's attack token, instead of going into a turn where, potentially can have his attack token and develop there. And this looks a little bit like, the open attack is going to look pretty good here from Bones. He even gets a little bit of a mana advantage going into this, and actually going to decide to potentially develop the Zed here. This is a little soft into the gotcha, which is not nopifiable if it's the full right. mana gotcha.
Yeah, interestingly enough, gotcha is better in this matchup at 4 mana.
Yeah, that is actually ironic, I think.
Yeah, because it does dodge out on that nopify, but Deech gonna allow the attack to come through. There is deny being feigned by Rattling Bones right now. Yep. Also Bastion being feigned, so it is kind of hard to just throw a 4 mana spell at this Zed right now, especially because it feels like Bones, purposely waited this long to get it. So while this gotcha will resolve, Bones is getting an extra 3 points of damage in for the patience, and I think Bones, while probably very unhappy to be losing his Zed, is at least happy that he's able to get that extra damage.
Yeah, and I was completely, of course, distracted there by the DoorDash ad that was going on Deech's stream while it was happening. But yeah. It is interesting that Deech decided to put so much value on getting the Eye of the Dragon out that turn that he was actually willing to, essentially take a Zed clone hit there. Which is a little bit interesting considering that the Eye wasn't really doing much there on that turn, because he threatened to block the Zed, but essentially it would have been a chump block if something like a Pale Cascade or a Deny would have came out. So very interesting play there by Deech in my mind.
Now another 4 mana gotcha, so not nopifiable.
Yeah,
notably. As Rattling Bones was putting a lot of pressure on. Double Mountain Goat with the Mentor of the Stones, a pretty scary board already set up, and Lee Sin going to be available to be played in the next turn. Still not a ton of protection for the Lee Sin, but at least Bones will have enough mana to create a barrier for him in the event that he wants to do that. But Bones going for the open attack, just looking to generate another gem. And continue to set up for this Lee Sin to finally get played.
Yeah, I really like the open attack. You want to get the, because so much of the hard removal, well, not even hard removal, so much of the removal in general from Deech is going to be damage based. You want to be able to make sure that you're getting the mentor buff onto your units, because it's just going to be essentially, in a way, it's generating you an additional card, or rather, it's taxing an additional card from your opponent, because now it's like you're either going to have to spend more mana on a on a thermo beam. It's possible that you're going to have to spend an additional card to kill this mountain goat here. Deech does a good job of gaining that card kind of back by denying Bones an additional gem here, but here, just putting a couple of gems on the goat, freeing up the hand, and getting some spell casts off.
And this is still a big goat for Rattling Bones on the board, threatening right now, and not a ton of great ways to deal the forward damage. Now, of course, Thermo Beam could come down, but Thermo Beam, like a 4-mana Thermo or something. But that's interactable by Rattling Bones, theoretically, and that never feels super good to have to play.
Right.
And I think Mentor is a great draw for Bones. It gives him something proactive to do. If he wants, the scary thing about Mentor is it could get killed straight away, and then you lose out gem value.
And I think that's exactly why we see that this gem committed by Bones. It is, effectively a dry pass over, a burst pass over to Deech. And like you said, Bones does not necessarily want to lose the gem value, and actually decides, I'm not even going to go for it.
Great draw. Deny is kind of one of the big things that Bones is looking for. It just gives him a lot more responses and protects the Lee Sin. It is the biggest thing for protecting the Lee Sin, is getting this Deny online. And we look at Deech's hand, and that's a whole lot of denies. I mean, double Notify alongside the Deny. He's got a couple stuns available, so he's going to be able to stall out the Lee Sin from getting value. But not a lot of ways to actually deal with Rattling Bones' board.
Yeah, I mean, the stuns are all right, but once that Lee Sin levels up, the stun only deals with half of the Lee Sin. And in fact, if there's no overwhelm, an open Lee Sin attack is completely unaffected by the stun. The Will of Ionia, of course, is good at delaying, but we're seeing there's just a single Ezreal, which is not, to my knowledge, going to be leveled. And there's no karma in sight, so it's just reaction here from Deech. And it's relatively expensive reaction, which is not where you want to be.
Yeah, we just saw Deech hover that Ezreal on the top left, and it is 4 of 10. So he's still a ways away from picking up that level up. And Sonic Wave, Resonating Strike, a very good way to get the barrier onto Lee if we are to see potentially Bones go for the attack here. I wonder if just utilizing the Mentor to actually challenge the Jump Bump is ever good here and just push more damage. It's certainly interesting, because right now, I guess the main thing with that is you could just threaten lethal and force Deech to have something.
Yeah, I actually kind of like the challenge with the, well, it's a little 5. Yeah, no, that would do it. I kind of don't like the no, I guess this is fine.
Yeah,
I mean, just threaten lethal and go from there. Of course, this is going to be thwarted. Yeah, get both units to 8. So, I mean, of course, Deech is going to cast the Will of Ionia here, I believe. I guess could go for a stun as well, but it's a pretty high value Will of Ionia. Gets some buffs off of Lee Sin. Is a pretty big, mana tempo swing.
Okay, yeah, the will also would burn a card from Rattling Bones, because you'd get 3 gems and Lee Sin, so you'd be on 10. So will would have been interesting there, but I think Deech just trying to save some mana. I wonder if he wants to put an Ezreal down now, if he's looking to set up something in particular with that. I could have seen maybe that being the play, but decides, nope, just wanting to bank the maximum amount of mana.
Yeah, in the grand scheme of things, burning a single card that is... I mean, it could be a Lee Sin, but you also know for a fact that your opponent has a Lee Sin in hand anyway. It's not necessarily what you want to do. Also, when you can... Will of Ionia has the ability to completely nullify a Lee Sin attack with Overwhelm, so that's not something to be, discounted, is that it can completely fog a Lee Sin attack later on in the game.
Yeah, and I mean, that's going to be important considering that Lee Sin is winning just at any point now. 6 life left for Deech. Either the kick coming through or an Overwhelm at any point would win. Now, there is not actually Overwhelm on this Lee Sin yet, so it will just be kicks, but this Karma is going to be leveled on this next turn. Bones does not have a response to it straight away, so we're going to see if Bones can get through a leveled up Karma.
Yeah, does Bones does have Hush.
Oh, we got another one too.
Now. So, unfortunately for Bones, though, unfortunately for Bones, the Will of Ionia is just going to be able to deal with this.
Yes.
With this Lee Sin. And I guess this at least is going to threaten both of the threats. Okay. Yeah, I like this. Well, it's not going to matter. Deech is going to be able to deal with both of these. And actually has... Well, only going to have one deny.
Yeah, because... So if Deech were to will Lee Sin, and then that was to be denied, then Deech would have to deny the deny so that he doesn't lose on the spot. And then I don't think he has enough mana to protect his Karma anymore.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, now this attack from Bones is really good. Even though it does effectively sacrifice your Mountain Goat, it is much better because the first target has to be Lee Sin, and you have protection for that. So you want the Karma to die more so than the Ezreal, I believe. And this is playing out kind of how we expected. Deny coming out on the will. The deny is going to come out onto the deny. So it could technically go on the dragon, but the dragon strike doesn't matter.
And Karma down. Lee Sin could be replayed as well. It is safe with only 3 mana for Deech.
Yep. Technically could have... No, can't have anything. I was thinking if there's like gotchas, but no, that doesn't work.
So now for Bones, it's about surviving again and then having the kick to try and just win. He's got the Pale Cascade, he's got gems, so he can easily get a 6 damage kick available. Hushing Ezreal, I like this play a lot. Go for the kill on that unit. Might be able to force another spell out of Deech.
Yeah, he very well may be able to. And yeah, I guess this actually is a really good situation for Bones because it deals with a threat from Deech. And also, because right now, without this Ezreal, there's really... I mean, even with the Ezreal, there's not really much of a threat. Right, that's going to tax the mana of Deech a little bit.
Yep, taxes mana, taxes a resource. Bones is going to start looking for more. Zed, not exactly what Bones is looking for, but maybe it can create some pressure. to the board.
Yeah, I mean, it's really, I mean, there's not really any spell that's like a Zenith Blade is what you want here, right? Because that will just create so many angles of destruction for Bones, but that's just not gonna ever resolve, right? There's too many notifies, there's too many denies on the side of Deech. The problem, the only problem for Deech is that he's just on this Ezreal and it's not leveled yet. So needs to either level up the Ezreal or get a Karma out, or both. There's Zenith Blade.
Yeah, that is kind of exactly what you were saying he needed.
Yeah, and actually, well, Deech still does have the deny, which is going to be the most important key here. And, you know, Bones has the Nopify backup, but that's not going to do anything against deny. Unfortunately, you can't fusion two Nopifies together to make a deny. That's not how it works. I have tried, though. I can confirm it doesn't actually work like that.
Well, can Bones... Am I missing a card from Deech's hand here? Because the Nopifies can stop the Steel Tempest. And he's got Overwhelm. So Deny doesn't necessarily save Deech, but can Bones actually get big enough to make that a kill?
I don't know if he can get big enough and also have the Nopifies.
Right. Yeah.
Is the problem.
Because he's got he wants to keep two Nopifies up, probably. He could play one gem there, right? He could play one gem, and then he would still have 6 mana. He could play Pale Cascade and 2 Nopifies, and that wouldn't quite get him to lethal with just the Overwhelm. He'd be one off.
Blocking? Okay, I was going to say, is he not blocking the Zed here?
I presume one thing is going to go to killing Zed, or maybe...
Okay, Steel Tempest.
Mystic Shot. That makes sense.
Okay, Nopify onto Steel Tempest. Deny onto Nopify. Or no, another Steel Tempest. Okay.
And he can Pale Cascade Zed.
Yeah, but that's still going to be... It's going to be off by 1. If that gem got played, Katsa, I think if the gem went onto the Zed, it's potentially enough.
Yeah, but he's Nopifying the stun,
and then Deny is going to come out
for the kick.
Oh, right, for the kick. Oh, that's right.
Still backing through. I think this is
the kick. The kick was never dealt with. That's what I'm forgetting here. Yeah. I'm over here like, okay, yeah, Deech is going to live on 1, but the kick was never actually dealt with. I just assumed that it was, but no, this is over.
Yeah. I mean, Bones should be able to just push through here. Being able to buff up the Zed. Zed actually coming in clutch at the end to help push the final points of damage. Yep. And Rattling Bones is going to take game number 1 over the previous Fight Night champion.
Yep.
Bones finding the win on Lee Sin. And if Bones is correct on what he was saying, where he will not lose on War Mothers, well, then Bones just has the series, doesn't he? Because he won with Lee Sin already. So I'm sure he's feeling confident.
That is definitely true, and I think, you know, like we talked about before the game, Bones' version of War Mother seems very decent against what Karma Ezreal is putting out. I mean, just play Alpha Wildclaw and make your opponent deal with it. Sure, that's fine. I don't care. You know, you don't necessarily even need to cast War Mothers. This is a little bit clunky for Bones. And I mean, every Ezreal Karma hand looks clunky at some point, at one point or another.
I will say for Bones, even though the hand is like a little clunky in this matchup, he doesn't want to do anything for a long time anyway, and he hit ramp, so that's really all that matters for Bones. He has ramp. The other cards can be anything; it doesn't really matter. so long as he finds the ramp. And if he hits a Trundle coming into this next turn, then he's just golden, right? Trundle and Alpha Wildclaw into an early War Mothers is certainly very good. Deech has the deny for the War Mothers.
Yep.
So when we see Rattling Bones just rip it, it might be stopped, but potentially other ways to create pressure in the early game. As Deech slam the Ezreal.
Yeah, just slams the Ezreal, but well, there's going to be a big kitty cat coming in from Rattling Bones relatively soon here. Could be a Trundle off the top. Okay, clearly Rattling Bones is not one of my opponents on the ladder because he did not have ramp into Trundle on 5 attacking turn.
Trundle
in
on
fact
6
is me instead. Where this Trundle is going to be awkwardly. I mean, you're pretty fine having the Trundle regardless. Like that's perfectly fine. And in this style of play, I mean, that pass there from Bones, it just shows just a mastery of the deck. Like knows exactly when to take those passes, when to burn the mana of Deech, when to, puts the Trundle in harm's way first instead of the Wild Claw. Now, I don't know if that's necessarily what you want anyway, but maybe it is. And now even like weaving in this unspeakable horror to potentially make an avalanche lethal on an Ezreal at a later turn. I mean, when I see plays that I would never make from a player that is so much better than me, I'm always left awestruck because it's like I would not have taken that line given an almost infinite amount of time to look at it. So you love to see it.
It's also just how fast Bones plays this War Mothers deck. Very, 100%. Very. The one of Whimsy.
Oh no!
The one of Whimsy.
The one time it's ever been cast. It was so devastating. Yes, all of the people who said at the beginning of the patch or the beginning of the set that Whimsy was going to be the best card in the set, no cap, were now right because of that one play. They were vindicated.
They've been vindicated.
Yes,
by
nerf Whimsy, please. Remember when people were unironically saying that? Where are those people now? They're popping into chat right now, unironically saying that Whimsy actually is OP. They're hiding in the shadows.
They've been waiting all along, lurking, not sending any chat messages, but now
Whimsy will get one Alpha Wild Claw one time on a tournament, and then we'll strike.
Yep, Gargamel, of course, was the one who made that call.
Yeah, actually, I do remember Gargamel's set review. It was there were some hot takes for sure.
Yeah, he was eating some deep fried Smurf and saying that Whimsy was the best card in the set.
Yeah, sure. I mean, it's crazy. Crazy.
I'm joking. Whimsy's trash. I mean, it's all right in this deck and was all right there. It was pretty good in this matchup, but it is certainly not what it was being called for beforehand. But this is the Tofarian Gambit from Rattling Bones saying, hey, do you have the deny? Because if you don't, I'm going to start beating you down. And funny enough, we see, I mean, in this case, it didn't really matter anyway, because he's going to be able to pull the Ezreal with vulnerable anyway, but the elusive, the Lunari Shadestalker actually being super relevant against this Ezreal.
Yeah, forcing another spell to come out, forcing a Mystic Shot.
Yeah.
Which I'm sure Deech is actually very okay with using this shot here, but still.
It again just goes and show like that. Not only, I mean, yes, it was a random chance that he gets the elusive unit, but it was a decent chance that he got a 2-power unit, and being able to challenge the Ezreal and force out another spell. That's not nothing. And now Rattling Bones potentially even has the opportunity to threaten to kill the Ezreal here.
He's going to be able to put that forward. Now we see this Nopify.
Yeah.
Going to be able to be a response.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's the unfortunate thing is that for Rattling Bones, that is that Nopify is dead in a lot of instances. It literally only targets those 2 spells in this deck. Yeah, that's true. It only targets those 2 spells in the deck. So if you're Rattling Bones, you're pretty sure that is going to happen. Like there's a good chance that they're on an Nopify there, but again, they kind of have to have it.
Yeah. And that pass from Bones, once again, playing around, this time playing around Thermogenic Beam, I think, and actually dodges it, as that is in Deech's hand. Yep. And I think, he always wanted to go Trundle into War Mothers, but he was okay passing there if Deech was going to let that pass go through. And, end of the day, it worked out pretty well by being able to avoid a Thermo Beam, at least for this turn, so the Trundle's going to stay alive. Yeah. Bones can go for the Trundle level up into a War Mother's Call, so a pretty solid follow-up turn available for Rattling Bones.
Yeah, I mean, you think about it, pretty much, Deech has been able to get value off of every spell that he's cast. And yet, Bones has sequenced his plays in such a way that he's in exactly the spot that he wanted to be. It was Trundle, play a safe Trundle into a War Mother's Call turn, which, this is exactly where he wanted to be the whole time. And yet he has strung Deech along and allowed Deech to get value off of all these spells. He even got to cast a deny on a War Mother's Call, and it just didn't matter. Bones is exactly where he wanted to be the whole game. My mind is being blown here, Cass, if you can't tell from my from the way I'm talking. It's just so good.
Yeah. And I mean, this is a big Trundle. This is a big boy Trundle.
Yeah.
Gonna be able to pressure a lot of damage here, and Rattling Bones has the potential for either, War Mothers on this turn, or he can go for Ruination if he feels like the Ezreal needs to go down. It is leveled, which is scary. He isn't super healthy right now. It's only 11 health.
Yeah, and Bones' version notably cuts a lot of the sort of anti-aggro tools that you would normally see in Grasp and Withering Wail. So there is not those big gain threes. There's just Callous of Aeon, and then the pings in Vile Feast and Unspeakable Horror. So doesn't actually have them. This is going to be a little bit scary for Bones here. Ruination can come out, of course. It's not going to be... and this is kind of the gamble that he has to take.
Right. This is kind of, Deech, are you killing me now or not? Because Ezreal's going to go down unless you've got the deny. And do you have enough spells to kill me at burst speed or at fast speed? And there is a Mystic Shot alongside this Rummage. So I think there's reasonable odds that Deech is able to find the win. And that's a Karma picked up as well. But yeah, you're right. Deech misses on the damage that he needs to actually end.
Yeah. Like you said, that Karma is going to be huge. I mean, Karma open attack is almost enough.
It is with this Mystic Shot in hand, because
that's true.
Karma will be able to push enough damage.
Yeah. So Harsh Wind. Ooh, Vengeance, a huge pickup.
Really good.
Wow. Yeah, that's massive. And even if something wild happened, there is still the Harsh Winds mana.
Yeah, and a lot picked up for Deech, because he does use that Karma's Insight of Ages, and has the Will of Ionia to push the Karma back to hand.
Sure. You can't be too upset if you're Bones. I mean, you're not dying, right? And Karma is going to be delayed at least a turn.
Yeah, Karma delayed.
Another Vengeance picked up. Huge. Now, I mean, of course, this is Rattling Bones at his most vulnerable here, as he knows there's a leveled up Karma coming through. Not quite enough on the Trundle to even threaten the Atrocity win. Actually, even another Will of Ionia coming out for Deech here. Or a stun. Could be a stun, too.
Could just be the Steel Tempest.
Yep.
The Will of Ionia option is also there, but I think that's going to be better suited to a Tryndamere.
Yep.
Or just a bigger Trundle later on.
Yeah, and I like this. Weaving in the Static Shock as well, get a little bit of damage and draw cards too. I mean, obviously that's where you want to be. Filling up your hand.
Deep meditation.
Yeah, that's... Ugh. I mean, this I think would probably be... I don't know. This might be a bingo card either way, Casa, because this is like an active War Mothers versus an active Karma. This is exactly the ultimate battle that I always want to see happen. It's like the 100 wizards versus 100 different but equally powerful wizards. It's just like nothing... It's like nothing but haymakers all around, and it's just it's just what you want to see, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And the 100 wizards from Deech's side all have these replication spells, while there's a bunch of summoners on Bone's side, and you just gotta see which 100 wizards are gonna actually come out on top. And Bones has the ability to set up this harsh winds. He's got the vengeance, which now he can't afford to try and go at the karma once more. But this next attack from Bones, this next attack token, I believe is his last chance in this game whatsoever, and it's not really up to Bones. I think it's more what Deech has to respond.
Wait, no, I was wondering. Wait, actually, hold on. How much mana did Deech just have? Oh, he only had 7. I was gonna say, did he just throw? Could he have killed with the dragon kick?
Mystic Dragon, yeah.
Mystic Dragon. I don't think it would have, because only one kick would have went through, and he didn't have enough mana. Yeah. Oh wow, yeah. Now even. Yeah, that's a huge miss, and also, if this isn't a win. If this isn't a win here, Deech can go Twin Disciplines, double Twin Disciplines into Dragon Kick potentially.
Sure. Yeah, you could.
Yep, there's... Okay, I mean, Vengeance is going to kill the Karma at least.
Karma guaranteed to die unless Deech can find Deny, but I don't think he wants to play this deep med with this many cards in hand.
Yeah, the deep med is only going to draw, what? 1, 2, 4, 6, 7. Only going to draw 3, and then also put him at max cards. Oh, wow. Stand United is also a blowout. Just the type of card that just never once has ever been played around and never should be. It's always the biggest. Wait. Wait.
Remember, Karma's on board.
Oh! That's right. Well, it was a big blowout, and I did not get to the point where I was specifying who was being blown out by it. So technically was correct. Yep, there were exactly 0 people who predicted that outcome. So if you're saying that you did, you're lying 100%. But yeah, that was wow. You know,
oh my God,
we are how many months into Legends of Runeterra, and those are 2 cards that are from the original set. I have never once seen that interaction, and I don't know if I ever will again.
I have actually. I have seen it.
Okay.
It's so funny to watch, but I've seen it in situations where it didn't matter. It was just about giving the barrier to the card. That was the only thing that was really mattered in the spot. So it's like, whatever. You just give the barrier. It doesn't matter that the swap happens or not.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, you get the double swap. Absolutely love to see that.
Yeah, I mean, just a hilarious play. Deech did draw another Karma, which is kind of devastating for Rattling Bones.
He's already shuffled 4 Karmas into his deck, I believe.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
So, plus he had 2 more already in there, I think. Or I guess not, sorry. He's shuffled 4 in, basically, because he drew them. So
he was certainly more likely to draw Karma than any other given card. So
Right.
The good news here for Bones is that if Karma came out now, we could see Atrocity onto Karma.
Yeah.
Okay. And another Vengeance out from Rattling Bones. Now the door's starting to swing open a little bit for him. Because resources are going to have to be spent beforehand to deal with these Tryndamirs. Okay, stun does it. Plus another stun. Okay.
Yeah, Bones just keeps hitting, though, on these pulls. I mean, yeah, he pulled the Wording Stones earlier, but he keeps hitting these Vengeances, and pulling out Ladros is a very, very aggressive pickup.
Mm-hmm. And, I mean, that's fine, because now it's mana that's being spent for Deech. It's another turn where, like, yeah, I mean, he could technically play Karma here, but that is exactly what Rattling Bones wants to see.
Karma comes... Wait!
And,
that's... Yeah, just Vengeance. That just
easy.
Seals it. I was thinking about just playing 2 Atrocities, but I think Bones is maybe thinking of exactly Health Potion being randomly generated.
I mean,
I wonder.
It's there. So
because double Atro would win against everything but the one health bot, and Deech had it.
Yeah, but yeah, I think that the situation is going to be the same going into this turn. Like the double Atrocity still wins everywhere anyway, right? So why is he blocking with the Doom Beast and not the...
It's interesting because for Bones, I think that playing around that random generated spell was actually affordable here. I think he could do it. And that is huge.
Although now, I mean, is double Atrocity doing it? No, there's a will now. Yeah.
It's not safe. It's not safe into 5 mana.
But does get to do can point an Atrocity at Karma and then see what happens. Although now that is countered by the Twin Disciplines.
Right, yeah. Interesting, but it won't be double Atro. Bone's gonna heal actually on this turn.
Reasonable.
Maybe he just sets up Trundle instead, and then just goes for this open to finish the game.
And there's the Rattling Bones. Look into the camera, wink, thumbs up. Yes, I am that good at reads. The Trundle is interesting. If only
tap below 5 mana, Blev.
Oh, okay, but the Twin Discipline still does it.
Right, it does. But that's a randomly generated card, so this is
right.
You know, you get the one. You get one randomly generated
God
card
read, yeah.
that you play around.
Yep. Okay.
And that's all. That's all you get, Blev. But also, look, 9 damage. He's got Vile Feast.
Wow. Yeah, just wow. And even now, because the Ledros is dead, is still going to get a War Mother's proc. I am curious why Bones blocked with the Doom Beast and not the Weirding Stones. Because it seems like it's just 3 less damage that is on the board right now for Bones. I'm still not sure about... I don't know why that happened. But Ledros comes down, and now the frantic scramble of Deech.
Yeah. Looking for Ezreal.
He finds Ezreal.
But I think it's too late. He finds the Ezreal, but he can't deal 10 with this Ezreal on the mana that he has.
No, he cannot. And he can bounce 1 unit.
Right. He can bounce 1 unit or play it. So Ezreal has to be on next turn.
Only one or the other. Yeah, I mean, I think this is just it, right?
Yeah, I mean, this is so much damage coming through with all these overwhelms. I'm trying to think if one will is going to get him through, because he does have lifesteal with the Dragonling. He does have a blocker for Ladros, so he can block the Fearsome.
Yep.
He's blocking. I mean, he's only at 10 though.
He's effective. So he's at 12 with the lifesteal. He blocks the Hearthguard. with Dragonling. Okay. Beledros gets blocked, and 3 damage off of a Tryndamere. Okay, now 6 Tryndamere damage out of 16 gets blocked, which is 10. He'll be taking 10 plus 7 from the Wild Claw. I think that's enough. I don't know.
Yeah.
No, because one of these Tryndameres is getting blocked, so he's actually going to be taking... I still think it's...
Oh, it's so close. Wait, is it actually enough? Yeah, wait. Will.
No. Oh, yes, he yeah.
One
He
life.
bounces Trynd.
That is the last will, I believe, and there is still this Atro for Bones.
Yes.
So Deech needs deny off the top.
Needs deny or needs is there a spell that would give Ezreal lethal in response? I don't know. And I would like to point out that if Bones would have blocked with the Weirding Stones and not the Doom Beast here, that would have been lethal. Just want to point that out. I legitimately don't know why that block happened the way it did, but we're here regardless.
So it's not deny.
It is not deny, but it is karma.
Yeah, Bones is going to be backed into a corner here by the Ezreal hitting the board.
Yes.
And so we'll likely see him go towards the Atro.
I
Maybe.
think.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, he kind of has to because if the attack happens, then he is certainly going to go for it, I think. I don't think he's going to willingly take more damage. He can wait for the attack to happen, I guess. But that doesn't really change anything. I guess it gives him a little bit more information.
Yeah, but I think I think at some point in this turn, Bones is going to feel like he needs to cast the Atrocity.
Yeah.
And that will just be the game because it won't be able to be answered.
Yeah. And Bones just looked through and saw both Will of Ionias, so there is one random spell.
No, but he just tapped out of Atrocity range.
Okay.
That means that Karma gets to come down.
Karma comes down, and then is Karma Mystic Shot game? He has enough mana.
There's also Chump Wump. That's 2/4. Did Bones maybe worried about an Anai?
Karma plus Mystic Shot, I think, does it, right? Because it's going to be 2. It's going to be 12. Yeah, that would be 12. Chump Wump does not end the... Oh, wait, no. Does Chump Wump end the game? It's going to be...
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah.
No. Wait.
It's off by 2.
But...
So... Okay, Bones gets to present lethal with the attack. And so if there's a burst spell, it's over.
Right. If a spell comes out at burst and it's not there, Bones still gets it.
Wow. Oh, and he gets to gain a little bit of life, too. Okay. Yeah, I really want to ask Bones about that.
This probably...
Doom Beast play.
Overall... It had to be less risky. He probably wanted to have it as a response on the following turn.
Yeah.
But that is insane. Incredibly close match.
Yeah.
But Bones takes it over Deech in the end.
Yeah.
And War Brothers stays undefeated, Blevins. He stays with the win. That he was saying that he was very comfortable on this deck. He was expecting that he would continue to find wins on it, and well, he found the Lee Sin win, so we were thinking, hey, Bones probably feels like he's got this in the bag, and well, he was able to come out on top. So Bones gonna take that 2-0 over the previous Fight Night champion Deech. And Rattling Bones will be moving on to have a rematch against Kavira in the losers bracket final. But we're gonna run to a short break. When we return, we'll have that match for you right here. Welcome back to Fight Night Legends. We just had a epic series between Rattling Bones and Deech. Rattling Bones coming out on top after a very long War Mothers versus Karma as game.
Yep.
Got rid of one Ezreal after it really looked like it was handedly in Deech's favor, but Deech not hitting another Ezreal until the bottom 10 cards, and it was too little, too late as the War Mothers deck continued to ramp up. As you said, 100 mages versus 100 mages, and on one side the blasters, the other
100 wizards versus 100 different but equally powerful wizards. It's a very specific scenario.
Specific scenario for Blevins. But anyways, we will be moving on to the losers bracket final to see who will face off against What Am I in the grand finals and secure a spot in the next fight night. Kavera versus Rattling Bones. Both of them have been in grand finals of Fight Night before. Kavera has won in the past. Rattling Bones has only been a runner-up, but he is looking for his win here, and he's going to have to go through Kavera in order to get there. He lost to Kavera earlier, actually, but it was a pretty close set. War Mothers seems like it's been working extremely well for Rattling Bones, and it looks like it will do well once again into Kavera's lineup. It comes down to the Lee Sin target lineup from Kavera, and can Rattling Bones overcome that? Talked about how Lee Sin might be his Achilles heel in that tournament. I'm wondering, Blevins, you feel like that's going to be the case once again, or do you think Bones might have a...
I mean, here's the thing. Kavera very specifically and explicitly brought the list. I mean, maybe not explicitly. I don't actually know that. I don't want to put words in their mouth. But it's very clearly a list that is targeting Lee Sin. Bones is running Lee Sin. So it's already an uphill battle. Now, that being said, Lee Sin is arguably the best deck in the meta for a reason. And it can absolutely have some of the unbeatable draws. It can win an unfavored matchup, for sure. And then, of course, if Bones can get that win with Lee Sin, I mean, he's been leading with War Mother, so maybe or he led with War Mothers before. But if he leads with Lee Sin and gets a win, I mean, we have not seen Bones lose with the War Mothers yet. So, and apparently he consulted the monkey's paw. At least in my narrative, he consulted the monkey's paw.
I will not lose with the War Mothers.
I just don't want to lose with War Mothers control. Okay. But yeah, I mean, I think if you're just looking at it on paper and in a vacuum, yes, Kavera is certainly going to be favored. I'm not picking either of the decks that Kavera brought to lose to Lee Sin ever. But that being said, of course, this is Legends of Runeterra. It can absolutely happen.
Yeah, I mean, we totally could see a draw from the Lee Sin that can answer Scouts early, or just a really bad draw from Scouts potentially as well. So there are opportunities for Lee Sin to find the win. We've even seen Lee Sin beat Ash Nox, but that matchup in general is quite hard with all of the freezes. So there certainly is opportunity for Rattling Bones, but that really is the deck that we have to look at when talking about this matchup. It really is the main problem for Bones when looking at specifically Kavera, because maybe once he's through Kavera, Deech may be a better matchup, or sorry, not Deech, but What Am I? Maybe a better matchup for Bones.
I was going to say, am I missing something? Is
no,
Deech got
sorry.
the secret rebuy.
The back door back into the final. No, What Am I is waiting into the final.
Losers
but
final. Yeah, no.
Bones has not played against What Am I yet. Potentially that matchup will suit him better. So getting through Kavera and making it to the grand finals could be huge for Bones in trying to make a comeback here.
Yeah, I think that between our top three right now, What Am I? I almost said Deech as well. What Am I? Kavera and Rattling Bones. They're almost like rock, paper, scissors in a way. And now, of course, we haven't seen the Rattling Bones What Am I matchup yet, but I do think, What Am I brought sort of an off-kilter deck that is going to be good at, maybe beating, some of the more greedy control decks. Now, Rattling Bones kind of went down the middle in terms of like, I'm just going to play the meta decks. War Mothers and Lee Sin are the meta decks. I think if you asked any of the top players, they would say that those two decks are probably top two or two of the top three. I think with maybe, depending on the week, maybe Pirate Aggro being in the mix, depending on if you're looking at ladder or not. We saw we saw What Am I's decks obviously have success, being in the winner on the winner's side of the winners finals, in the grand finals rather. but maybe has not played, you know, these iterations of these meta decks, and I don't know. I think it's certainly going to be it would be an interesting finals to see Rattling Bones there, but also, I mean, Kavira, of course, had a really close set against one of my on the winner's side in the winners finals, and has already beaten Rattling Bones. So it can really go any way. Casa is a long-winded way of saying that.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I do think that this is one of those matchups that can go either way, and it all cruxes on Lee Sin. You know, as much as Lee Sin has just been the meta definer, and once again in this particular losers final matchup, Lee Sin is absolutely the most important card and important deck of the entire matchup, because if it finds the win, then Bones will likely win the series. If it does not find the win, then obviously Kuvira is going to win, because, well, you have to win with both decks to actually win. Right. And first things first, Rattling Bones, War Mother's Control. This is what he's going to be queuing up against Kavira as we jump into this losers finals game. We have not seen him lose yet. We generally are just going to expect Bones to take this win, and then it'll come down to the Lee Sin, but it's not necessarily a foregone conclusion. Scouts can get very aggressive. They can go very fast, and they might be able to run over War Mothers, but that looks like it might be that one of Ruination for Bones against this fast deck. At least consider it.
This is, I think it's a little bit interesting, because Bones is generally like, I mean, there's so many things that you could describe about Bones, but one of the things that I always think of is he knows the mulligan decisions for the decks that he plays in the matchups that he plays, like to a T, like almost without even thinking about it. And there was a bit of a hesitation. It was the one of Ruination. Do I want that in the opener, or do I want to, potentially draw it later on? I don't know. And we saw the hesitation there.
Bones is ramping currently. Weirding Stones on 3, Trundle on 4. And, Misfortune on the other side, a little bit scary in general, but I think overall, Bones is feeling pretty good about this this Trundle being ramped into.
Yeah, I mean, that's always the biggest threat here is the Trundle coming down on turn 4, and just, I mean, yes, Misfortune is great. Yes, the Island Navigator follow-up is great, but yeah, Big Daddy Trundle is going to stop a lot of that.
Especially because it's so hard for Kavira to push through. Riposte is going to be the best tool at pushing past this Trundle, actually setting it up with a unit that can actually trade into the Trundle. But even then, Bones is running freezes. He's got Harsh Winds, he's got Flash Freeze, and I mean, we see a Flash Freeze and a Harsh Winds in hand right now. So the answers are absolutely there to whatever Kavira tries to do to answer the Trundle right now. And because this Trundle is just going to be stonewalling the board, I think that Bones is extremely favored at this point in the game. And even having second Trundle, so if the first one does die, he has the second. And if the first one doesn't die, Icequake hits so many things in Kavira's deck that it might actually be relevant.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it absolutely is going to be relevant, I would imagine. I mean, it's just going to be Ruination, right? It's one-sided Ruination in a lot of ways. So I think Kavira, does not necessarily want to play into a freeze here. Maybe potentially looking to go wide. But I mean, that's gonna, if that's the case, if it's just go wide and gives Bones, decent blocks here, that's just gonna be Icequake, and it's gonna be devastating. Yeah, that's Bright Steel Protector. And now Bones can block pretty much whatever he wants. Okay, that's gonna leave the stones alive. Now, yeah, because even if the stones dies here, to the Make It Rain, Bones is still going to have enough for Icequake.
Yeah, Yeah, he will. He will still be in range to cast that. Try and get as much of this board removed as possible. And if Bones can actually find something big to play Revitalizing Roar on later on, he will be able to basically turn around any damage Kavira got. So it's all about board control at this point.
Yes,
Attack.
board can TROLL with the Trundle. This is an interesting this is an interesting attack with the Trundle. It does put Bones soft to a riposte, which then of course could be met with a Frostbite or even a Vile Feast, but it's not. It does not still leave him with Icequake mana, though maybe he doesn't care. Might not care.
I think Bones just waiting to see if there's a play from Kavira. If this is a development, then the Icequake starts to look pretty good. But instead, it's going to be Riposte. And, well, for Bones, that's a pretty easy Flash Freeze. Then he can either Catalyst or Alpha Wildclaw, and both are very solid in this spot.
Yep. I lean a little bit more towards Wildclaw, I think. But also having your your life total as high as possible in this matchup is certainly going to be valuable as well.
And you do want to play the ramp as soon as possible. The great thing about Catalyst on this turn is it does ramp you into Ice Pillar. And I think that is incredibly impactful. But the board is a little bit wide, so maybe Bones is considering, hey, I just need to play a unit to the board. Certainly the Catalyst does lead into more potential units for the following turn, so that is something to consider as well if you are Bones.
Yeah, I'm wondering. Nothing. That is interesting.
That is a surprise to me, for sure. Because even if he goes Catalyst, he can still cast Icequake. It wouldn't tap him out of Icequake range. So I'm actually trying to find the reason that you wouldn't play Catalyst there, and that you would hold it onto it for a future turn. You overall do have more mana this turn by completely passing by 2. You go from 8 to 10 mana, but I'm not sure if that differential is actually super helpful for Bones overall.
Yeah, it allows you to cast Icequake and Vile Feast, or it allows you to cast yeah, I'm not sure. I'm gonna be honest, I don't know. It's possible that the mana differential doesn't matter. It's just Rattling Bones maybe wants to lure Kavira into more of a lure Kavira into thinking that they have more damage or that they're closer to winning than they actually are. By saving the life gain until later, it maybe makes Kavira make a slightly riskier play. Maybe I don't know.
Yeah, no, I mean the Icequake plus Vile Feast does work out very well for Bones here. He is going to still be able to set that up. Genevieve will be able to clear away his Trundle, but there is still plenty of pressure that Bones will be able to establish on subsequent turns here.
It depends on. Oh, okay. Bones messed up by not using the. He needed to use the. Yeah, he needed to use the Vile Feast beforehand so that the Misfortune trigger wouldn't happen.
Yeah, the Vile Feast. He would have lost the Spider, I believe, but that's totally okay. And ends up losing his Trundle for it. Can't even play Ice Pillar because he has not ramped into it. But holding on to the Vile Feast still overall probably works out for Bones quite well. Being able to defend as best as he can. And even though he loses the Trundle, we still see Alpha Wild Claw. I mean, there is this pillar here. There's a lot of freezes. And there's still a little bit of healing as well. So Bones just looking for a big unit to top deck.
Yeah.
That he can actually, like, revitalizing Roar onto it and just set himself up to be safe.
Yeah, I mean, as crazy as it sounds, that misplay of the Vile Feast may actually, yeah, you can say gave you a free Trundle. Yeah. Is actually going to be hugely impactful. I mean, imagine a Trundle on this board right now, Casa. Like, the game is entirely different. I mean, something little like that may actually be game ending.
Yeah, I mean, it can be game losing for sure. If Bones continues to not find the draws that he needs, missing out on that Trundle could cost him the game. Because if he had a Trundle on the board right now, this game's over. Bones just wins. Like, there is not a way that Kavera is getting through that Trundle. So it is creating an opportunity for Kavera to come back. And while I think it's unlikely that we actually will see Kavera come back into this game, I think that Bones is still in a great spot. It opened up the possibility of something like that happening. And certainly you don't want to be giving your opponents any opportunity to come back into the game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it is kind of crazy here. I mean, now the Doom Beast is certainly going to help. It allows a block onto Misfortune, or even potentially a vulnerable pull this turn. Avalanche is pretty big here.
Yeah, Avalanche pulled off the top. Will at least threaten to kill off everything that Kavera has on board.
You know what I just thought of that has nothing to do with this, that has nothing to do with the impact of this game, but you could Revitalizing Roar your Ice Pillar to generate, turn it into a 0 mana, generate 8 mana later on, or refill your mana later on.
Yeah,
I've
I think
done that.
So that was something that me and a couple other people thought about originally when we saw the card. And then we quickly realized that it just doesn't work, because it heals based on the power of the unit. So
it
would always heal 0.
Yeah,
but still theoretically it does become a mana generator. 7 now to make a mana generator.
Yeah.
For the future, but that's just going to be the atrocity from Bones, is he's going to take game 1 and continue the streak with War Mothers. It is Bones said it. He said, "Hey, I'm not going to lose on this."
Yep.
And well, I mean, he's so far proved himself right. But we talked it to death before we even got into the matches. Lee Sin, that is the remaining deck from Rattling Bones. That's the one that really matters in this matchup. We always expect this War Mothers to find the win. And just like last time that these two played, War Mothers won the game 1, but then we have Lee Sin. It has to go up against 2 decks that Kavera has brought to beat it.
Yep.
And Bones is going to have to find a win against the odds, because he is not favored in either of these matchups with this Lee Sin deck.
Yep. Now, here's an interesting thought for the mulligan. We know, and we talked about this last time, Nopify and Deny. Nopify effectively, they're effectively dead. Like, any more of those spells past this first one are literally uncastable. So I'm wondering if there's any thought to keeping maybe mediocre cards in your opener, just so that you don't draw actual blanks. Of course, Bones did not take that into consideration. Of course, the mediocre cards that he had in his opener were very mediocre. But I think it's still a possibility. Does not get super punished, though. Just draws the 1 Nopify, but Rattling Bones really going to want to dodge every single other Nopify and Deny in the deck right now.
Yeah, certainly going to want to avoid those. Essentially, he's got, I believe, it's 3 more blank cards in his deck. It's actually 4. He's got 3 Denies and 1 more Nopify. So he's essentially got 4 blank cards that he can draw this game.
Yep.
And Bones is certainly going to want to avoid those. Last time he drew 3 of them, And he's definitely expecting this matchup to be a lot closer if he does not hit the rest of these Nopifies.
Yeah. It's certainly going to be a closer game, if nothing else. I don't know if it's necessarily going to be a W, but it could certainly at least be, you can put forth something.
Concussive Bomb, actually a pretty nice pickup. Can protect the Zed for another turn.
Mm-hmm.
That will definitely be solid in at least presenting some stronger attacks.
Yeah, the problem with even investing really anything towards protecting a Zed is that it just doesn't even do much. Like, the Zed is very quickly losing relevance. Like, literally next turn, it's going to be a 3/2 for 3 blank text like as a blocker, essentially, starting next turn when the Hearthguard comes down. So I'm honestly, I'm not even sure. I think Bones might just take this trade and be fine with it. Like he's thinking differently there.
I'm sure he at least considered taking the trade, but I think he just is wanting something that is providing continuous pressure onto the board with this Zed, and the fact that he can generate gems and a lot of his other spells can help to make this Zed stay relevant. Pale Cascade, a great example.
True. Zed, potentially the solo Zed attack. Not sure if he's going to bring out the tail as well.
I think he's considering a gem to make his Pale Cascade more attractive. It will draw. He doesn't have a great way to activate it if he open attacks. No, he has Hush, but that's not exactly what you want to have to be playing.
Right.
Emotes coming out from Kavira. Bones taking a while on this turn. So it's a tough decision trying to figure out exactly how you want to attack with this Zed, and just goes forward. And the fact that there's no freezes from Kavira is going to reward this attack heavily for Bones.
The good part, well, the somewhat good part at least about this matchup is that there is just the one Culling Strike that can really deal with the Lee Sin in terms of spells. So if you have the Nopify and you have that mana open, you're not going to have to worry about like a freeze Culling Strike or even just a raw Culling Strike onto the Lee Sin. So he could potentially develop it here, though. Again, I don't think he's going to want to, given, you know, there's a threat on the board that can kill it. And it would potentially eat up more resources than he wants to, just to save the Lee Sin.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense to me. I think that's very likely where Bone's head is at right now. And just trying to get as many resources out of the way as he can is kind of the name of the game. And that is one of the big advantages of Zed in some capacity, is when he can force the opponent to use a lot to deal with him, he really shines in this deck. It's the situations where you're going against someone, you have your Lee Sin in the back pocket, and they have to invest so much to actually stop the Zed, that when the Lee Sin comes down, door is wide open. Just threat diversity in general. It's actually how, a deck that we didn't actually get to see today, but it got brought by Nolagold, Yasuo Swain. When that deck was very good and very strong, one of the reasons it was so good is just threat diversity. There were so many things that were threatening and very strong in the deck that your resources got so taxed, and that's one of the reasons it was great against Ezreal Karma back then, is because they would be taxed through so many resources dealing with a lot of the early threats that by the time Leviathan or Swain came down, you had nothing left, and your board would get locked up, and the game would end.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was a short time in the sun, Casa, but it was quite a good deck for that little period of time around the Twitch Rivals event. Mizurami in chat actually brings up a really good point that we missed, Casa, is that the Nopify can counter Ash's Crystal Arrow, which is certainly a relevant target for that. So, ironically, we might see the Nopify I mean, right now there is the Culling Strike isn't there as well, but we could see potentially Nopify getting some value in this.
Yeah,
in this match.
2 total Nopifies are exactly what Bones would want, and no denies. That is what he would want to see. I would still call the denies mostly blank cards. I mean, obviously there are 2 targets, but the Nopifies are significantly better. If he can find those 2 and dodge all his denies, I'm sure Bones is going to be in a much happier spot in this matchup. But so far, the fact that Kavira has not had spells like freezes to force a lot of Bones' hand has been very good for Rattling Bones. He can deal with minion combat. His deck is built to handle a lot of minion combat. And the fact that he's been able to avoid any trickery is really, really helping out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, here it's just, Kavira is just sort of kind of just laying the beat downs with some units, and that's like fine, but for the most part, that kind of plays into Lee Sin's hand. And unfortunately for Kavira, Lee Sin's foot as well, as he will be kicked into oblivion. But okay, another Glory Seeker. The problem for Kavira is that this Eye of the Dragon, well, it is going to die here. All these resources being put into these other units, like you said, the threat diversity of let's force Kavira to put all of these resources into my other units, and then just play Elise in after the dust is settled and win.
Yeah, and really interesting to see Kavira actually skip that attack. He knows that Lee Sin is the main threat, and trying to waste Bones' mana and stall out for potentially an Ashe later on seems to be what what Kavira wants to do, as he's got this raid of Glory Seekers set up.
Okay, I like it.
I mean, I think clearing the Zed could have been very good to see, but maybe just continuing to feign freezes or looking to maybe kill it off on a future turn is good enough. I think that a Glory Seeker, one of them going in for the Zed, made sense, but I guess any amount that goes for the attack opens up the Lee Sin to being played, and if Kavira didn't want Lee Sin to be played, he just could not attack. That was the rule that he set up for himself.
Yeah, I think it's Kavira, in my estimation, accurately just realizing that Zed just doesn't actually matter in the matchup. Like, yes, Zed can apply a little bit of pressure. Yes, Zed can deal some errant damage, but unless you don't need to invest more resources into killing Zed than Bones invests into pumping up the Zed, is the way I think that Kavira is likely looking at it. Yes, Zed plus another spell is able to get a little bit of value here. But it's not the end all. And like now, like, is Zed ever going to attack again? I mean, maybe, but
yes. Yeah, we just saw the Pale Cascade get picked up, so yeah,
sure.
Maybe could, but no, I get what you're saying. It does, it absolutely makes sense. That unless Bones is making this Zed massive and making it an absolute problem, Kavira doesn't have to deal with it. He's got big bodies that can stop Zed in his track. So I completely agree with you there. I think that totally works out. And yeah, like you said, at this point, does Zed even attack anymore? And the answer might be no. The answer might be no. Yet, like, we have the Pale Cascade, which could allow him to attack, but he's not necessarily positioned that well for attacking turns.
And we see the preemptive hush onto the Ashe. I think honestly the best value that this Ashe provides is that it put an Ashe's Frostbite or an Ashe's Flash Freeze into Kavira's hand. But now,
Definitely a W.
Yeah, definitely at least a small W. I think it's going to be Chumpsville population rattling bones here with these blocks coming out. I mean, easy block onto the Yeti with the Dragonling. Maybe a 3-2 block somewhere can just take 5. Now, again, Rattling Bones just say, hey, yeah, you know, Zed, you did your time, buddy. You did what you wanted. You did what I needed you to. And that was jump in front of a bullet for Lee Sin and do 3 damage, which is really all you can ask for. Another freeze drawn from Kuvira is going to buy him a decent amount of time here.
Yeah. Yeah, Lee can level, but the freezes, like you said, they certainly protect you against the Lee Sin.
Yeah, especially when the preemptive Pale Cascade really limits the amount of additional, like, you can, if you save the Pale Cascade, you can at least still get the kick off. But now, as we know, if Lee Sin has 0 attack, no kick happens. It just does nothing. Just kind of kicks the dirt in front of him and walks away. But if you kept the Pale Cascade, you're able to then play the the Pale Cascade afterwards and still at least get the damage off and push the Ashe back in hand. Now, I don't know if that's necessarily going to be relevant either way. Probably going to be a similar situation.
So what's really interesting here, Blev, is if the freeze comes down onto Lee Sin, we could see Hush to respond, but because there's so much mana available, I think it would be less likely that we see Bones do that, because then it risks his Lee Sin to a second freeze. But it is just an important interaction to go over, because you can Hush the freeze off, so the Frostbite wouldn't be there. And the kick is still a spell that exists and is going through no matter what. It doesn't matter that it's Lee Sin.
That's right.
It's still going to happen. He'll be at
true.
4 damage instead of 7, but for Ashe that doesn't matter. Now,
that is true.
I don't expect in this spot for Bones to do that, because it's 12 mana from Kavira.
Right.
So this can be multiple freezes. It can be double harsh winds. Wow, okay. It's nothing yet. I guess maybe the second Ashe keeping Kavira from actually wanting to commit a freeze. Yep. And just going to maybe look for the win with harsh winds. How many freezes has Kavira played? Was that 2 of 5? Okay.
2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I mean, that would...
So he's going for the win.
I mean, is it even a win, though?
I don't think so.
Freezes.
I don't think so.
Ashe will level, but there's still blockers available. And Hush to even go from there.
But he's going for the high pressure play here. The aggressive play. This isn't surviving Lee Sin. This is trying to push damage. I mean, you're right. This is not a win on this turn. You only have 3 freezes. This is not going to set up so that there's no blockers. You can actually do something interesting with Troll Chant, because I believe it reads that any units with 0 attack can't block. So you can actually use Troll Chant as a pseudo freeze in this spot and actually make 4 of these not able to block. But I think still with 2 blockers, Bones is surviving. And as you mentioned, the aforementioned Hush is still able to protect.
Yep. You are absolutely correct about that. And also, that is a massively committal play from Kavira.
Yes.
Which, if it's not, I don't even know if on board it's threatening lethal. Yeah, and we don't even see
it's not the full commit. I don't think is actually threatening lethal. I think it's a couple points off. So I think it's just important to look at maybe what Kavira is looking at. Like that's the situation we're in, because Kavira decided to not stall this Lee Sin killing you. Right. Decided instead to hold off and play the new Ashe. And now we see Ice Veil Archer. That's a great way to stall Lee Sin this time, because you don't have to actually commit a spell. It's just that you're developing and you get to stop him. But This is for sure going to be interesting to see if Kavera can actually string something together to find the win.
I think that Bones wants to commit this the second Zenith Blade so that it actually kills the Ashe when it kicks. Or at least threatens to. Of course, we see the troll chant, so it is unlikely to happen. Although again, Casa, the hush could happen. The hush seems I mean it's still scary. Although actually, yeah.
It will only happen, Blev, I think, if Kavera commits everything in hand.
Right.
Is the only time I think Bones will feel comfortable going for that line.
Mm-hmm.
Because the only way he loses is by losing his Lee Sin, and the hush play is risking your Lee Sin. Unless there's no cards in hand or no mana. So,
well, if it's so if let's say freeze comes out, okay, yeah, I guess it could be double flash freeze or flash freeze harsh winds. So maybe he doesn't want to do that. Troll chant coming out. This still kicks the Ashe, and I think that Bones probably has to be okay with that.
Yep. And Kavera's just going to replay it.
Yep. This notably is one less Dragonling out. Don't know that is necessarily relevant.
But Sonic Wave Resonating Strike is relevant in setting up these blocks if Kavera decides to go aggressive.
Yes.
Maybe we see the all in here.
It's at the point now where I think if there is a line that Kavera, I think Kavera can play. Kavera can't really play around too much, right? Kavera's not going to be able to play around the 3 answers, which Bones does have. Bones has the 3 answers to be able to actually create blockers here. The problem is that Kavera is backed into the corner. I mean, I don't even know if this is going to be super hard to deal with. Like 6, he just needs to block. He can just block. Kavera said, "Don't lose in the final." Kavera kind of seeing the writing on the wall. There's a lot of potential answers for Rattling Bones. Kavera, unfortunately, is not in a position where he's able to play around them, though. And Bones really just needs to make sure that he doesn't accidentally time out here.
Yeah.
He's going to... Oh, I thought that he...
You thought the rope was coming up? No.
I got scared for him.
He's got time. He's got time. But this is... Yeah, this is certainly getting pretty rough. I mean, you can just hush the Ashe, look for the blocks.
Oh, right. Yeah, there's so many things that can happen here. Yeah, now you've just got free blocks everywhere. Yeah.
Just, I love the banter between teammates, both of them representing TLG here. And
yeah.
They're, I know they practiced together for Fight Night, and I know they've practiced together for plenty of tournaments prior to that. And they have to face off here once again.
Yep.
But yeah, looks like Bones gonna be getting the best of Kavera. No more freezes in hand for Kavera. We know he's drawing Ashe's Enchanted Crystal Arrow.
Yes.
And now
that's the unfortunate part is that that Kavera is doomed to get that card. Not fortunate to get it. It is a guarantee, and the guarantee as well is that Rattling Bones is going to make it into our grand finals.
Yeah, Rattling Bones will be moving on. 2-0, and Kavera actually wins with the Lee Sin that he was so worried about. And now he's just got one more opponent left here at Fight Night. What Am I has been waiting in the grand finals. Both of these people will be invited back to the next Fight Night, but we will see who is first place, who is second in just a moment. We're going to go to a short break. We'll have the grand finals when we return. Welcome back to Giant Slayer's Fight Night Legends. We have had an epic day of games once again, and we have finally made it all the way to the grand finals. It's going to be What Am I versus Rattling Bones. But before we get too far into that, Blevins, why don't you break down the format of what Fight Night Legends is for anybody who might be new to the stream?
Absolutely. So we've made it here to the tippy top of the mountain. And now the Golden Sisters, myself and Casa, are here to hand out the trophy in the grand finals. But to get there, we played a double elimination bracket with 8 invited players from the ladder as well as tournament experience. All matches have been best of 3, where players have brought 2 decks with no region overlap. And to win, players need to win with both of their decks. Now, of course, the players are playing for their share of the $200 prize pool. So we're playing the good old $50 money match here between first and second place. But Casa, in chat, I will have you divert your eyes to the little black box at the bottom that stipulates that if the grand finals from the lower bracket wins the first match, in this case Rattling Bones, there will be a bracket reset and the finalists will play one more best of 3. So if Rattling Bones wins it here, we're gonna be playing an additional best of 3. If What Am I wins, that's it. We have our Fight Night 15 champion crowned.
Yeah, I mean, it has been so exciting to watch these games today. It's been electrifying. It's been very quick as well, but we're going to go ahead and take a look at the roads that both of these finalists have taken to be here in the grand final. What Am I starting out the day, sending Bruised by God to the losers bracket. Bruised by God just off his Duels of Runeterra victory. Very, very strong player. Then taking down the previous Fight Night champion with Deech. Before beating Kuvira and moving on to the grand finals winners side. But Rattling Bones having a little bit more turbulence on his way up, taking down Easy to Win before falling to Kavira, then having to make that full losers run, taking down Bruised by God, Deech, and Kavira. Going to be facing off against What Am I for the first time today in this grand final. We see a lot of rematches in grand finals, but this time, you know, both of these players coming from very different journeys through the bracket, different sides of the bracket, and going to be going up against each other. The lineups, very, very different. Rattling Bones, of course. War Mother's Control, Lee Sin Zed. But on the other side, What Am I is playing some aggression. He's got the discard aggro that we saw be so successful from Swim in past fight nights, alongside They Who Endure, which has been on a bit of a hiatus. And of course, it has the What Am I special with a couple Battle Furies.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Battle Fury get cast once in this game. We've actually seen multiple Battle Furies cast this event, which is kind of great. But we saw the one cast essentially as a glorified astral protection. Just gained 4 health, like granted 4 health to a Nocturne, and almost wasn't even relevant. But yeah, I mean, we saw that matchup, Kavira versus What Am I, and I implore you, if you didn't see it, or even if you did, go back and watch that match, this War Mothers versus Scouts, because there was not next level, not next level, galaxy brain thinking out, doing crazy math that we couldn't even do in the time allotted, calculating how much needed to be done and what to attack and when not to attack. So definitely check that out. But yeah, this list very much been on a hiatus, and this is almost a different version of They Who Endure than we're usually seeing. There are no there's no 5-mana drainers here. I can't remember. I definitely never remember the name.
Neverglade Collector.
Neverglade Collector. There are 0 of those, which there are usually some, but I can see it's such a tempo negative card that you can't afford to play it in this aggressive or Lee Sin world.
Yeah, it can be harder to fit that in, and I think that What Am I really was just looking for as much aggression as possible with the version that we see here. Even the Battle Fury, we can consider to be a very, very aggressive card, because it can even be used in something as small as a 1/1 in a large open attack to just push an extra 8 damage. So there's a lot of crazy spots for this Battle Fury, and I'm interested to see if it's going to be a big problem for Bones at any point. But Bones once again saying, hey, War Mothers, I'm going to find a win. And he's going up against discard aggro. I think that this hand from Bones is pretty solid for this matchup so far. But What Am I has his champions, and that's exactly what you like to see if you are playing discard.
Yeah, but exactly what you like to see if you're playing this deck is ramp into Trundle on 4. Like, it's exactly what you're looking to see if you're Bones. He even gets the life gain value off of the Catalyst, which is, you know, you'll get it a lot of times, but sometimes, you know, your opponent can kind of bully you into not getting the life gain off of it. So getting additional value there, but of course, you know, going Draven into potentially Jinx could be good. But we're going to see Trundle come out from Rattling Bones potentially, and I'm not even convinced that What Am I wants to play the Jinx here. Kind of a little bit awkward potentially.
This could just be a very big swing from What Am I by just going Draven Spinning Axe onto the Visions and just going for the open attack. And then you can set up to play a Jinx in response to whatever Rattling Bones wants to go for, but it does feel like maybe the Jinx is a bit more aggressive, and the really big downside is potentially Trundle, but you can kind of beat Trundle with exactly Vision Spinning Axe, and I guess, you know, maybe you're a little scared of this Avalanche that Bones is presenting. I mean, yeah, actually, you're very scared of Avalanche. Avalanche plus ping.
Extremely scared.
Avalanche plus ping is kind of the worst thing in the world because you lose your Jinx, you lose the rest of the board, and well, Bones has exactly that. So a great start for Rattling Bones.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is where you want to be. You're getting value out of your board wipes. You're, you know, effectively gaining, what was it going to be? 2, 3, 7, 8, 9. You're effectively gaining 10 life this turn, right? That's how much damage was going to come through. And now, like, yes, What Am I can axe the Draven to get, you know, 2 extra damage with the Visions, but that's not even good. This Visions, you know, Visions is one of the cards in this deck that just absolutely enables some of these completely nutty bananas unbeatable draws. But also, it's terrible if you have a situation like this where it's like, I can give 1 unit +1/+0. Great. That is not even worth a card. I'm glad. I want to discard this. I just happened to get something off of it.
Yeah, I mean, certainly so. Like, on that last turn, right, if there wasn't any removal from Bones, if he didn't have a play, I think it was 15 damage that was represented total, with the Spinning Axe and Divisions being played as well. So it was essentially just game over if Bones didn't have a response. And even if his response was Trundle, there was still a lot of damage that could have come through. But Bones having exactly what he wanted. He had, you know, Avalanche into a ping, able to deal with the first Jinx. Now, What Am I has a couple more Jinxes available, which will be good for trying to continue to pressure further into this game, but overall, still going to be kind of tough.
Yeah, but the good news for What Am I is that using some tricks with rummages and axes, we're going to see a leveled up Jinx here. Now, you know, you may be asking Thanos, what did that cost? Everything, but, you know, even so, sometimes you just want to pay everything to get that Jinx online.
Yeah, I think this is also What Am I's last Jinx.
It absolutely is.
So this has to do it all. This has to win the game. He is all in on this Jinx.
Yes.
To try and win this one. And, you know, I think that play, you're in a pretty desperate spot already, just starting out the game, losing so much on that turn 4. That I kind of like this angle. Just try to make sure that you're getting as much value out of this last Jinx that you have. If you can get a couple rockets out of this, it's still winnable for What Am I?
Yeah. You're not wrong for sure. And like I mentioned in a previous match, Rattling Bones opted to cut Withering Wails as well as the Grasp of Darknesses. So there are not those big 5 mana gain 3 deal with a unit, like those big splashy anti-aggro cards in this deck. It's just Avalanches for board wipe and the Vile Feast Unspeakable Horrors for pings. So, you know, not a ton of real true life gain in this deck, just some incidental as well as the Catalyst. But as it stands, we are likely going to see the Atrocity come out and kill the Jinx. I don't think that there is a series of spells that can actually kill the Trundle in response. There's really just get excited.
Not at 5 mana. And not at 3 cards. Or 2 cards, even.
There's no Mystic Shots in the deck. Also, that is not enough damage anyway, because I definitely can count. So this Atrocity should actually be a guaranteed kill onto the Jinx.
It's definitely worth to do because you know it's last Jinx as well. And you can enable this Unspeakable Horror. You can take out the Poro. You've even got another Unspeakable Horror for a future turn to take out Draven. And you know there's not going to be another Jinx in this game. So this will be the only rocket that gets sent towards your face if you do it this way. And I think that overall this is going to be worth. Now, it's still going to be a lot of damage that you are going to accept that you will be taking. Actually, never mind. Sorry, this is an attack. No, this is just free. Yeah, this is just very free.
Well, it was free anyway, I think, because Bones can just block the Draven with the spider, so it didn't really matter anyway.
the missile would come out first and kill the spider, and then the Draven would get in, so it theoretically would be scary, but it was on an attack, so it's absolutely just clear for Bones to go for that. He picks up Cygnus, probably not his favorite thing to grab, but it's kind of cute. In the future, it's just a little bit more expensive than he'd like. Like Doom Beast is most ideal. Just getting something small that he can use to protect himself is always going to be good. But you know, Ice Pillar picking up Tryndamere is probably one of the best draws that Bones had. The only awkward part about it is it does deny him the ability to cast War Mothers next turn if he does go for the Tryndamere. But still, you know, Ice Pillar Tryndamere on turn 8, you're not too upset about that one.
Just think of it this way: your first War Mothers got this Tryndamere, and your second War Mothers is going to get that Cygnus in your hand. That's fine, you know, like that's fine. And then you can maybe cast a War Mothers the next turn, and you're right back on track. Yeah, I mean this is really elementary from here for Bones. I mean, here's the thing: if you're What Am I here? In general, in this sort of board state, what you're looking for, of course, is Augmented Experimenter, because Augmented Experimenter can draw you so many cards. Drawing the cards in general doesn't matter. What matters is that it gets you closer to a Jinx, which is what actually matters. But as we know, there's no more Jinx. Jinx gone. There are 0 Jinxes left in the deck. They have all been expended. And with that, I think this is actually just over right now. Bones can Cygnus next turn. I guess a Get Excited could come down and kill the Cygnus, save him. Maybe. Possible, at least possibly.
Yeah, possibly.
Unspeakable. I mean, he can do it this turn. He can also just cast War Mothers, which is probably safe, though. Oh, there's Experimenter. Is there? I mean, the problem is I don't even know if there's enough Get Exciteds left in the deck, because we've already seen a number of those too. Yeah,
they've been discarded for the most part. I think all of the things that What Am I needs to win have been discarded, and I don't think that I know what you're gonna say. I don't think Captain Farron wins.
There's one thing that can do it.
I don't think Farron gets there. I don't think he makes it there for What Am I? You know, these are the kind of spots where Farron overall is good as a card. Is like, What Am I threw away everything to get that Jinx level up, and maybe he's comfortable doing that because he has Farron in the deck. But you know, Bones still just has enough pressure that he's going to be able to find the win, and Bones even kind of debates What Am I into utilizing the Augmented Experimenter first and Cygnus. I mean, of course, What Am I is not going to play around Cygnus, but Cygnus comes out and
Drew Get Excited. Still alive.
Yeah, still alive.
And now, if the Farron comes out exactly now, he's probably still dead. Well, let's see. If Farron is ripped off the top here. Oh, actually, literally can't block Tryndamere. Never mind. I'm like, why didn't you block with the Flame Chompers? Zonite Urchin. Discarding a Zonite Urchin to get not Captain Farron.
Yeah, Rip's a jury rig. Pretty good. And by good, I mean not good at all.
He can push 5. He can actually push 6 damage here. Which would put Bones to 5. Which, if he already had cast a Captain Farron earlier in the game,
right,
could then cast 2 decimates.
Right. Yeah, if
that was it.
There was just not he was just not going to be able to find the win at that point with all the resources expended. And overall, for What Am I think you come out of that matchup kind of okay with losing to War Mothers. You look at your lineup and you think, out of the 2 decks that Bones is playing, the Lee Sin deck is your favorable matchup. You want to be 2-0ing that Lee Sin, and we're going to see if What Am I can actually do it. Another one of these aggressive lineups, kind of more so akin to what Kavira was playing, with things that are able to beat Lee Sin. And yeah, discard aggro. Going to be going up against Bones, but Bones finds Eye of the Dragon and Mountain Coat and Lee Sin. So that is the kind of start that Bones needs to take down discard aggro.
Yep. And the good thing here, does draw the Draven's biggest fan, which is a bit annoying for Bones, because of course that does now mean we're going to be seeing an attacking turn Draven coming out. Which is going to be annoying for Bones to deal with, for sure. I mean, there's not a great way to do so. It's essentially, you can chump block it. I mean, I guess you can kill the Battlecaster. Yeah, I mean, Draven is basically going to get free reign here, but that's okay. Bones now has to decide what is the best way to potentially deal with this.
Yeah, there's not good blocks, are there? Even Eye of the Dragon doesn't really work because of the Battlecaster buffing up Draven's biggest fan.
I think it's either Mentor or Goat. It's really, what one do you think is going, is Mentor actually going to get value from the attack? And also, you probably want the mana. Having the mana this early is going to be good too, especially since you're going to be getting gems. But it's just block the 2 small things, take your Draven medicine here and go from there. There's really not much other choice.
Yeah, I'm curious if we see Visions committed at this point for What Am I? It essentially just translates to 1 additional damage. Well, probably 2 because you would Spinning Axe on the Visions,
right.
But overall, you might be able to find a better opportunity where the board gets a little bit wider, at least with this Zonite Urchin. Maybe you draw into some more damage as well. But hand a little bit gummed up for What Am I? But he does have good discard tools to actually search for more.
Yeah, I like, because of the Rummage and the Zonite, I like just keeping the Axe here. Could have pushed a little bit of extra damage with Draven, could have gotten half of the level up, but the Draven level up, I think in a lot of cases is not super relevant. And otherwise you're just kind of, you're pushing 2 damage, which is good, but you can get that 2 damage back later. Potentially make up for it with a wider Visions.
Yeah, and Visions is insane with the Poro Cannon. So What Am I can actually set up some very aggressive boards. And actually, the Lee Sin decks don't deal with the elusive Poros very well. So these Daring Poros are certainly going to get some big value in just a moment here for What Am I? Because, yeah, I mean, they can't be blocked. And you get Visions. And 2-1 elusives are actually quite good. Elusive decks like to play those. So, yeah, it's a lot of beatdown that can be available.
I will certainly take a 2 mana or a 2-1 elusive pretty much any day of the week, if I'm being completely honest. Okay, so the good thing here for Bones is that he's going to be able to freely block Draven. The only way that you know, what am I would be able to deal with it is a Get Excited, and of course, Bones has the Notify for that. So it's actually going to be in a pretty good spot here to at least block with the Lee Sin, and which I think with this wide of a board, What Am I is probably just priced into, throwing away
he's
the
just going
Draven.
all in. But it's funny just watching What Am I here playing Solitaire. Is going through, slamming out as much damage as he can, and he's still going to push 10 in this spot, putting Bones down to 4, and still going to have these Daring Poros, which are a problem. Yes. Bones has to deal with the Daring Poros, and yes, he has Lee Sin, so that is definitely a bonus. He can use the Lee Sin to challenge down these Poros, but he can only get one of them now, and one of them is currently threatening the game with a Spinning Axe and the Arena Battlecaster.
Yeah, but was Sonic Wave a good draw? Or because that not only turns on the Lee Sin, it also allows the Dragonling to challenge, which kills the second Poro and gains life. And now Bones is going to have the Mentor here. I mean, I think it was kind of close anyway, because the Dragonling is just so strong here, right? Obviously, it is able to effectively counteract what the Daring Poros are doing, or at least one of them is. And then the rest of the board can be blocked. So now this just puts Bones, I think, markedly ahead. The question is going to be, is Bones going to go for the buff onto Lee Sin, or is he just going to try to gain as much life as possible with the Dragonling? It looks like he's going to go for the life gain. Yeah, I like it. You don't need incremental value with your Lee Sin. You need life so that you don't literally die.
Yeah, and you know, What Am I really hurting for a Get Excited? But even then, like you mentioned, Bones has Notify, so he's protected on this play against everything except for a double Get Excited hand. And it's just an unlikely situation that there is that double Get Excited hand from What Am I in this spot. And so, you know, Bones has to start feeling a lot more comfortable with this heal coming through. But if you're What Am I, you look at your hand, and I think you're still kind of okay. You've got the Jinx available. You've got an Augmented Experimenter, but I guess this does mean that if you want to level Jinx this turn, you are going to have to throw away the Experimenter, and it does look like that will be the game plan from What Am I.
Yeah. I mean, I don't hate it. And you're basically getting you're definitely getting less card. You're getting fewer cards, right? But you really care the most about the Rocket, right?
Yes.
And there's not a lot of good ways to actually deal with the Jinx in general. From Bones, and that's going to be an instantaneous Rocket as well.
Yeah, burst speed
Rocket. The question is, does What Am I want to draw a card, or does he want 2 Poros?
I think in this matchup, maybe you actually want these Poros. Because they're just hard for Bones to deal with. And it's just pretty consistent damage every single turn afterwards, or at least you're forcing Lee Sin to kill them.
Yep.
But you can Notify the Rocket, which is definitely big in this spot for Bones, trying to set up the Lee Sin level up, which he's very, very close to.
Yeah, I think even so. Ooh, actually, that Hush doesn't really do much in this case. Actually, it does. It allows him to block one of the Poros. I actually think that Bones is pretty favored here.
I agree.
This first Rocket not going off is absolutely huge. And now, like, Jinx is likely going to die from... Jinx is almost certainly going to die on the challenge. The Dragonling is going to come through again, putting Bones up even higher. If Zenith Blade comes out, it's possible that Bones can just win the game. I'm wondering, is there a reason to cast the palm here. I think what Bones is looking to just cast the hush here to block one of the poros instead of palming a unit that's likely not going to attack anyway.
Yeah, it looks like it. He may not even need to commit it straight away.
He doesn't need to. If, let's see, worst case scenario for Rattling Bones, Jinx draws Get Excited plus X. Get Excited goes to the face, does 3, puts to 5, and then Rocket puts Bones to 1. So you literally don't care what cards.
So big thing here, Blev, as well, is... Oh, I was wondering... Okay, so I guess he's not going to do it. I was wondering if Bones was going to first action Hush Jinx. Right. Because then we wouldn't see a Rocket be able to be generated. But instead, it's just going to be the Zenith Blade. And now, in response to the Augmented Experimenter, he is able to Hush the Jinx. And this is even better at that point. Oh, absolutely.
I mean, with the Pale Cascade... Yeah, there's no cards that can interact with this. Pick whatever cards are in the deck. Doesn't matter. And notably did have to pull the Jinx here. Not that you wouldn't pull the Jinx anyway, but needed to pull the Jinx so that you don't get excited your own unit.
Right.
So one of my can't get excited their own unit. A little thing, but notable. That's going to be the bracket, the 2-0 bracket reset for Bones. And we have seen Bones bracket reset before versus Winding God, but wasn't able to pull it through. But Casa, I mean, a lot of times we see a 2-0 and it's not really dominant. That was a little bit dominant, actually, from Bones.
Yeah, that was, I mean, of course the War Mothers is going to look good in these matchups. Like, it's very, very strong against What Am I's lineup. But even the Lee Sin, being able to handle what was a pretty explosive start from What Am I's discard deck. It wasn't like it was really slow. It was still a strong start. The Jinx was on board. It got leveled. Like, there was a lot of good things going for What Am I, and still, Lee Sin was able to handle it. So, we'll see if Bones can repeat that success in the bracket reset here, because, of course, this is a double elimination tournament. What Am I had not lost a series yet. Now he has lost one, so now he is loser's bracket as well. And we are going to be moving in to the final set of Fight Night number 15. And Rattling Bones going to see if he can continue his tear through this tournament with War Mother's control. And as I believe it is still undefeated.
It certainly has not been defeated on camera. We can say that with the utmost confidence here. Now, I want to give a little bit of a history lesson here for those of you who have not been at all 15 Fight Nights like Cass and I have. In the lore of Fight Night, there has been many a time that the bracket has been reset, but there's only been one time ever that reset has resulted in the loser's bracket finalist winning the event. That was Sero, and I believe it was
Chelo.
Versus Sero versus Chelo.
Yeah.
I think it was 3 weeks ago. Maybe Fight Night 12. I think Fight Night 12.
Sounds right.
It's roughly Fight Night 12. It's circa Fight Night 12. We're not exactly sure. It's around that time. So if Rattling Bones is able to pull this off, it's not unprecedented, though. If we're looking statistically, the winner side finalist is heavily favored in general in a vacuum. Now, if you even in bracket resets, I do believe the numbers play out that the winner side is certainly favored still. But just want to give a little bit of a history lesson in these initial turns as Rattling Bones is playing some weirding stones. What am I developing? A little bit of a board here, getting a decent amount of damage done too.
Yeah, What Am I has put an insane amount of pressure onto Bones already, and yes, Bones is ramping. He's up to 7 mana on turn 5. He's going to get this Alpha Wild Claw. down, but What Am I is pretty wide, and he has already pushed Rattling Bones down to 10 HP, and we see a lot of gas in the tank for What Am I. He's got Endure in hand, he's got Atrocity, and also, you know how I mentioned that Battle Fury being something that you can use with a wide board on a small unit? There is potential that we see that come into play, but the fact that Bones has answers like the Harsh Winds and like the Vengeance means we would have to see him tap below that for What Am I to get that aggressive.
Yeah, I mean, this is an enviable position for What Am I, just because you have sort of the flexibility. I mean, you've got a lot of angles of attack. You've already done 10 damage. You've got a very wide board. You can kind of just open attack and go from there. See what Rattling Bones does. How much is he willing to take? The answer is 2, 3, 4 damage. Okay.
Oh, wow.
There's the Battle Fury just out on a spider, and Bones says, yeah, I don't think so, bud.
So, What Am I says catch, and Bones, he's got the response. He's going to be able to answer it. This style of play is, I always love to see this. I think it's really exciting, you know, saying, hey, let's just make him have this, because feasibly, even a freeze as an answer, What Am I still has a 9 attack spider on the board that threatens Atrocity, threatens attack.
Yep.
And, you know, it's still rough for him to have to deal with. So Bones snaps the Vengeance, and that just means, hey, Vengeance down when I play Endure for What Am I. Like, that is the situation that he ends up in.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Yeah, the Tofarian Gambit is, I am definitely making it a thing. Even though I'm not even sure if Topher is still
plays
playing
the game. Yeah, I'm not sure.
That's fine. He left his mark. The Tofarian Gambit. You make your opponent have it. Don't play scared. Especially when you don't necessarily have to, because there is still a good amount of resources from What Am I side. Like you mentioned, the Endure is still there. There is also the Atrocity. 11 damage has still been dealt. That cannot be, you can't take that away. The question here, how big is that Endure? I think I saw either a 6 or an 8, or I'm blind. A 5. Okay, it's a 5. So it would be a 6/6 Endure. Kind of embarrassing compared to Rattling Bones' hand. I'll put that much out. And now Big Daddy Trend may be coming in with his kitty cat friend, although probably not attacking with the Wild Claw. Although, you know, you're trading essentially the Wild Claw for a lot of damage. I mean, it's kind of just, well, I guess it would be 6 damage. Aren't
you threatening to win if you go in with the Wild Claw as well right now? With Tryndamere plus Wild Claw, with the current blocks that we see on board, isn't that essentially...
there's going to be 13. There'd be 13 put through, and then if any block came out, it would be preventing that.
Well, it's 15 put...
Oh, yeah, you're right. It's 15. So, yeah, it would be... It would essentially force an Elise.
Yeah, it forces the Elise. I guess that's not big enough of a deal.
Yeah.
To make that go through.
It basically, when you factor it down and cancel out on both sides, hashtag referencing high school math here, when you cancel it down, it's basically
shout out to high school math.
No, actually no shout outs to high school math. I was all right. I hated that stuff. I don't know why I went off on this tangent, but it's basically what it boils down to is, does Bones want to trade Wild Claw for Elise in the Yellowstone?
Am I just continuing to put forth as much pressure as possible? Every turn, going open attack, playing around the Avalanche, playing around the one of Ruination. He's got the Atrocity in hand, so that also really pushes you towards this kind of game plan, because if you can actually push through enough damage, you can then just utilize that Atrocity to finish Bones off. Gonna push Bones down to 6. Not enough for any of the units on the board to win with Atrocity, but this is going to position the Endure to at least do that. Once What Am I gets to a point where he has 13 mana. So he needs 2 more turns. And I don't know if he can survive through this Tryndamere for 2 more turns.
Well, the They Who Endure is going to be 9-9 as well, I think. But of course, the Vengeance can do it. So if What Am I plays the Hundor here, it's going to be a 10-10. Okay. It's going to be a 10-10. So can pre-develop the Hundor. And now... Oh, yeah. I mean...
It's just Vengeance.
It's just an easy Vengeance here.
You have to pre-develop, though, if you're What Am I, which it is important to point out that this is correct, even though it feels really bad, because he doesn't have the time to wait to turn 10 to try and play both, because Tryndamere's winning right now.
Right.
Right now, Trindamere is winning.
Lethal. Yep. I mean, and this is just lethal.
Yeah, it is, and What Am I is going to drop that first game. Bones, 1 away from bringing it back from loser's bracket and becoming Fight Night 15's champion. War Mother's once again succeeding. I did see someone pop into chat and say that BBG did take a game off War Mother's. So on camera, though, has not lost a single game. And the fact that it's only dropped 1 throughout the entire event is insane. It has been an incredibly good pick for Bones, and has really followed up with what he said about the deck at the start of the day, saying he really felt good on it. He felt really strong. Felt like he couldn't lose when playing the deck. And while he may have gotten 1 loss, it has felt like he can't lose for us as well here. Wow.
Well, you know, this is like my monkey's paw hand, because I'm like, okay, deck, I just want my champions for this. I just need Lee Sins.
Okay, here you go.
I don't know why my deck talks like that, but that's what the monkey from the monkey's paw sounds like when you're wishing upon a monkey's paw. Just remember that that's the voice of the monkey that you got the paw from, giving you your exact wish. Nothing but Lee Sins and Zeds. But I mean, even so, even though this is a little bit weird and a little bit clunky, there's not a ton of interaction in the indoor deck for Lee Sin anyhow. So you can actually just use Lee Sin as sort of the defensive, like, I'm just a 3-4 unit, and also all my other Lee Sins turn into double spells now.
Yeah. Yeah. It's actually insane. The Lee Sin spell change. It's like it's almost it's not more insane than him becoming 4 mana, but it is almost. It is up there.
Almost. Yeah,
and especially looking at this matchup in particular with Zed in hand, these Sonic Wave resonating strikes are disgustingly strong, because this is a quick attack champion that is going to be able to be granted challenger and attack increase. And there isn't much interaction in this Endure list whatsoever.
Yep. And now we're just going to see the Zenith Blade come out. And yeah, this is because there's not even like Vile Feasts or Unspeakable Horrors. There's nothing that actually interacts with the Lee Sin. You don't even need to give a barrier. Also the mentor grants him +2/+2. So, but yeah, you can take damage on the Lee Sin. Okay, it's fine. You have no kill spells for this. The card that I'm the most worried about if I am Bones here is that Battle Fury. Are you gonna is there actually is this gonna kill Casa? Is the Battle Fury gonna win? He blocks a 3, takes 3, 6, 7, 8, plus 8. Wait.
He actually needs to not block. He has to look at the mana, and he has to realize that he can't block. But also, there's Atrocity. But he can beat Atrocity with Guiding Touch. So he has to recognize, and he doesn't block Bones, because he wins next turn on attack. He wins next turn.
And that, you can't see it on camera right now, but that Jinx emote was exactly what I was doing with Bones, with just the godlike read. The if you have Battle Fury here, I just lose if I block, don't I? And Bones just,
He can level Lee Sin on this next. I think he just wins the game on this next turn. He can play 6 spells, the 3 gems. And I think he has the rest with the Sonic Wave and the Resonating Strike. I think Bones is going to win.
He's going to be 9 on just gems. And then as long as he has enough spell count, he's counting it out right now. He's going to have 6 mana next turn. Is it going to be enough or is it going to be off by 1?
I think he has the mana. Actually, maybe playing the Guiding Touch
3, 4, 5.
put him out of mana range to be doing it.
3, 4, 5.
I could be wrong.
6, 7, 8, 9. No, he has enough.
He's got it.
He's gonna have 6 mana next turn.
Yeah,
he's gonna be able to cast 2.
Yeah, and that's all he needs to cast. He needs to cast 2.
Oh, but Casa the glimpse. The glimpse. Oh, but the Nopify. Oh no, I'm going back and forth. Okay, so the glimpse is actually gonna keep What Am I alive?
Yes, it should, because he won't be able to hold up mana for Nopify if he wants to get the value. So this is still winnable because of the glimpse.
Yes.
In fact, it's probably favored. Yeah, because Bones has to pre-commit all of his mana to actually get there.
Oh, because he doesn't have enough spells. He still needs to cast 2 spells. If he had 1 more gem. Oh, yes, that Guiding Touch actually. The Guiding Touch actually cost him. That's crazy. Because if he had 1 extra mana, he could go Pale Cascade plus Gem, and he'd have 1 more mana here. Or he'd have 2 mana actually.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah.
Would he be 1 spell off still though? There's a lot to think about here, but
yeah.
Either way, what we do know,
he might have been off.
Is that What Am I has Glimpse, so he'll only take 14.
Yep.
And Bones was 1 mana off of just closing this out right here.
Mm-hmm.
But instead, What Am I is going to be able to open attack on the return, on the backswing.
Yep.
And I don't think that Bones can survive.
I don't think so either. I think that's I'm trying to think, is there like 2 spells that can happen? I mean, open attack is going to prevent the stuns from doing much. Yeah, I mean, the soul read, but was off by the slimmest of margins here. What Am I is now bringing it to a final game, Casa. It is the very final game. There is no more reset. There is no more tiebreaker. There's nothing. This is the last game that's going to be played. Winner takes all. Well, not all, but winner takes first place. Loser gets second place here at Fight Night 15.
Yeah, and it's going to be discard aggro versus Lee Sin, and you have to be happier if you're What Am I in this position.
Yes.
You're playing discard aggro into a Lee Sin deck. Yes. Bones hitting a pretty good hand to start things out. He does have his champions again. I would be worried if I was Bones. I was like, man, I started with 3 Lee Sins last time. Right. I just know I'm hitting none of them this second game. But no, he finds one in the mulligan straight away. What Am I, Draven's biggest fan once again. This is a pretty reminiscent hand from earlier. But the aggression of the visions, the Poro Cannon, the House Spider, this is a really scary start to this game for What Am I.
Yeah, it is. Kind of. I think this is. This might just be because I've played so much of this deck. Like this is, I think, This is an average start. It's 1 into 2 into 3, and that's great. The problem is that you're attacking on evens, which is worse. And also, like the best draw is turn 1. Turn 1. 1-drop, discard your Jury Rig. So basically turn 1 House Spider into turn 2 House Spider into turn 3 Draven discarding Visions. That's the nut draw, right? This is like this is a medium compared to that, but it is still very good, and like you definitely need to put forth that base, right? You need to put forth that pressure. It doesn't need to be the nut draw. It just needs to be solid enough to not give the Lee Sin any room to breathe.
Oh, this is interesting. It looks like some mistake has happened. Maybe delay forgotten about. for one of our competitors here.
Someone won. We don't know who.
Yeah, I mean, with the loss of that Eye of the Dragon looked pretty rough for Bones in general. But we'll see if we can pick up What Am I's stream in a moment here and get that back for you guys so we can finish out the final.
Yeah, I mean, Nick Makes Plays looked like he was in a good spot in his game.
Yeah,
but,
he was looking good in his latter game
there.
there.
Nick. Yeah. But here we are on What Am I's side here. And I mean, it is, I mean, this is the aggression that you need if you are the discard, if you're the discard deck. So this is where you want to be. And like we saw in Rattling Bones' hand, not the like the best hand at dealing with this aggression. But also has a Lee Sin and has some spells, which is basically where you need to be.
Yeah, he does have some responses. There's a lot of pressure on the board from What Am I, however. And these goats are probably at best just trading, giving some gems. And there's not a good response for the Draven yet.
Yeah, Draven is still going to go effectively untouched here. Looks like the Rummage is going to come through. Just give a little bit. Oh, that's what the doctor ordered. Yeah. Now we get extra damage on Draven. We get to trade with the Zed. Everything's dying. You still have a board. There's nothing on Rattling Bones' side. Damage is coming through. That is 10.
And your hand is just Jinx.
Yeah,
it's just
Jinx plus Spinning
Blevins.
Axe, which is just the actual dream. It is the guaranteed Jinx level up. Oh,
and you have
Captain
the perfect
Crunch.
Discard fodder in hand.
No, you
Captain
have to choose
Farron.
not to. I choose not to discard Farron. I want to keep him.
We've seen him do work in this deck as a discard target for What Am I in this tournament.
Second only to Jury Rig.
Yeah, but we did talk about that. That's one of the things that actually is good about Farron is that in the spots where you don't want him, you do just have, he just becomes an easy choice for discard. And in the spots that you do want him, he can help you win games. He can help you find that final reach. And while we never saw him being used for reach and always saw him being thrown away, it looks like this is going to be what am I on a victory march, as there's only 5 health remaining. The open attack already threatens lethal, and Jinx is picked up off the top to guarantee a rocket straight away while pushing 3 additional damage. It looks as though What Am I is going to be your champion for Fight Night 15. I mean, 7 mana. I don't know if there's an answer for Bones. I don't think there is.
Nopify, block. No.
I mean, it's not there.
So.
It's not there.
And you ask the question, what am I? And the answer is Fight Night 15 Grand Champion.
He's able to pick up that win, beating plenty of other champions of other tournaments on his way. Bruised by God, taken down. That was the DOR champion from this last week, but also has won so many tournaments. Deech, Fight Night champion from last week, taken down. Kavira, Fight Night 11 champion, I believe, taken down. And then Rattling Bones in the final, who has been the Fight Night runner-up, but also has top cut so many tournaments. I mean, what an incredible run from What Am I, having to go through all of these incredible players to make it. And even though it got really close at the end there, Rattling Bones almost pulled it back. What Am I is able to find the win with, we talked about it earlier. It's not like the other lineups. He's got a quirky one, couple interesting cards in it, and he's able to take the win with his own creativity.
Yeah, I mean, a couple of quirky 8 drops. Sometimes just play Farron forehead. It's you can play Farron and you can play Battle Fury, and hey, who cares? I don't care what the meta is. I want to play 8 mana spells.
Yeah, absolutely. And, we will finally get to actually ask What Am I about some of these more interesting cards, as we are going to get them on the line here. What Am I? Congratulations on the win, man. Congratulations on winning Fight Night number 15. Just how are you feeling right now, buddy, coming off that win? Oh, looks like we can't hear him.
Here we go. There we go. Feels awesome. And I'm going to be real. I played against a bunch of really good players, and I got pretty freaking lucky, especially that last game, managing to rummage into the second vision. That was some real discard aggro bullshit right there.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, hey, that's why you don't play discard aggro to play a fair game where you're going back and forth.
No.
You play discard aggro to get the nut visions draws and just win before your opponent realizes that the game started.
Because everyone in this format is trying to play these amazingly powerful turn 7, 8, 9 decks, so you just can't play their game. You're just not allowed to, or you auto-lose.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so you were able to run over people before those late games with this kind of double aggro lineup, running unique decks this week. No one else had the same decks as you, which is always interesting to see when someone comes in with a different adaptation of the format and take the win. But I think one of the biggest questions that a lot of us probably had about your deck building process is you ended up with Battle Fury in Endure and Captain Farron in Discard. And both of these are kind of just, I would say, I kept making the joke that they're not like the other decks. They're quirky builds of these very popular decks, but you run them in your own style. And I'm just curious your thought process behind these 8 drops.
So, 2 things. It's 2 different thought processes. As far as Battle Fury goes, you have to realize Battle Fury is actually a 5-drop. Because what you're doing is you end up with the board extremely wide thanks to a bunch of 1-drops and Elise, and you effectively have elusive units on the attack, so you're just pumping 8 damage through with it. So it's usually a kill condition, which is actually really good at 5 mana. And then as far as Farron goes, it's like 70% of the time you're going to be discarding it. Because what I realized in discard aggro is that if you could, you'd probably play 10 to 11 cards that you want to discard because of all the discards you have. And if I want to go for that anyway, and I can't play more than the 9 good ones, then I'll play Farron, and sometimes I'll accidentally go, "Oh, you thought you were winning. Oops, Farron, bye."
All right.
Absolutely love it. Absolutely love it. I thought that you thought you were playing a traditional trading card game and like invested a lot of money and bought a bunch of copies of Captain Farron and we're trying to get it popular. But that's not a thing in Runeterra. But we do have one last question for you, What Am I? And I like to ask this to every one of our Fight Night champions, but do you have any call outs? Do you have anyone that you want to see or want to play against in a Fight Night specifically that you'd like to see invited?
I would go ahead and call out Nick Makes Plays, because he's been saying he doesn't want to play this tournament format, so he should get his ass in here and prove that he's better than us.
All right, well,
see it. Hey, Nick, we featured you on stream for about 3 seconds. You heard the call out. You got to come on now.
Come on down, buddy. Let's see it.
All right. Well, thank you so much for coming on for the interview, answering our questions, but thank you for just coming and playing, and congratulations once again. But that's going to do it for the interview. But Eddie, thank you so much. Anyways, Blevins, it's been another crazy fight night. We got the call out at the end for Nick Makes Plays. We'll have to see if we can get him on. But before we go, just quick announcement. There will not be a fight night next week because we have a couple people moving around, shuffling around. We're going to need to take a week off, but we will be returning on November 6th with Fight Night Legends. Really excited for that. We've got another announcement coming up very soon as well that everyone should get excited for. So keep an eye out on Twitter for that in the near future. But, that's going to do it for me, for Blevins, for everyone else here. Thank you all so much for watching Fight Night Legends, and we'll see you guys in 2 weeks.